Thank you. All right. So what was I saying? Yeah, this is the second part of your lecture star series. The first one was PowerPoint. This one is the second. There will be another one, but I think that will be scheduled sometime later this year, probably in November or December. All right. So again, thank you for making time. I'm so happy to see everybody. This is such a big class compared to the other classes yesterday and the other day. So thank you for making time to be with us today. So before we start our session, I just want to ask you a quick question. All right, just a question. What are you most afraid of? What is your fear? Something that you are terrified of? Now feel free to answer. This is you sharing what you are most afraid of. Sir, yes. Don't need to stand. That's all right. I'm sorry.
I'm afraid to speak because my goal is not to speak.
So you're afraid of, did you say speaking in public? All right, okay. Well, thank you so much for sharing that. How about the others? What are you afraid of? Yes.
So try to find some topic when I'm in embarrassing situation. So
makes a lot of sense. When you are put in an embarrassing situation, that's something that you don't want to happen to you. Is that what you're saying? Or a topic to talk about?
Try to find some topic when all the other guys are in embarrassing situation and like silence or something.
All right. So talking about something in particular, a topic, right? Okay. Thank you so much. How about the others?
I've got stuck at some point.
Sorry, afraid
I've
of.
got stuck at some point while speaking in front of a group of audience.
All right, same thing, right? Speaking in front of an audience. Now, aside from public speaking, aside from talking about a particular topic, anything that you are afraid of. It could be anything. In my other classes, some of them are afraid of bugs. Someone shared, I'm afraid of, he's afraid of cockroaches. So how about the others? What are you afraid of?
I'm afraid of something I can't handle.
Mm-hmm. Something that you're not able to handle, right? Is this at work or at home?
Maybe in our life.
Right. So both personal and professional.
Yes.
Something that you cannot handle, that scares you. Thank you. Anyone else? What are you afraid of? Anything? Yes. Okay, well, you're afraid of anything. That's kind of scary, right? To be afraid of every single thing. So you see, we all have our fears. Now, why did I ask this? In the United States, there was a survey. Are you guys familiar with Harvard University?
Yeah.
Yes, you are, right? So Harvard University, they conducted a study, and they wanted to find out what Americans are afraid of, okay? So they came up with a list of the things Americans are so afraid of. What do you think was the first one? What are they most afraid of? Do you know? Yes?
Truck.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Truck. Truck. He means truck.
Truck.
Drugs.
Drugs?
Yeah, drugs.
Drugs. All right, okay. That's interesting. I'm not sure if Americans are really afraid of drugs, right? Well, that's a good try. How about the others? Speaking in public, you're absolutely right. In fact, in the United States, they would rather be dead, right? In fact, death is just number 7 on the list. Death is just 7th on the list of the fears of Americans. But public speaking is the first. So can you imagine they'd rather be dead inside the coffin instead of being the one delivering what we call a eulogy. I don't know if this is something that we have in China, but in the Philippines, it's something that we do as well. When someone dies, and let's say that person is a close friend of mine, a family member, I would speak about how he was when he was living. Do you guys have it here? Sometimes you do, right? But not all the time. So Americans would rather be here instead of being up there, right? So you see, the fear of public speaking is so real. In fact, a lot of you shared earlier that, you know what, Carl, that is what I am most afraid of, okay? And that's okay, right? That is okay. Because a lot of people have the same fear. Now my question is, do you think we can do something about it? Of course, right? And that is exactly why you guys are here today. What I want for you to do is to have this experience so that I can share with you some tips and techniques that can help you become more confident when you stand in front of a live audience. Does that make sense? All right. So let's have a look at our learning objectives for today, the things that we want to know. First is very important. I need you to gain techniques on how you can express confidently your needs, your opinions, and the things that you want to say. Second is, I want for you to effectively present ideas, deliver messages with confidence and impact. Sometimes we are afraid of speaking in public because we don't feel confident, right? Because we're thinking, you know what, I don't want to speak in front of them because they are judging me, right? Or probably I would not be able to persuade them. These are the reasons why we don't want to stand there. But today, we're going to teach you how to avoid that. Also, recognize and deal with difficult behaviors in the audience. How many of you have ever experienced delivering a presentation wherein someone in the audience was a difficult audience? Have you guys ever experienced that? You're delivering a presentation and there are people in the audience who are very difficult to handle.
For example, they ask really tricky questions.
Correct, right. That's one behavior that you will observe. They ask a lot of questions, and sometimes these are not so intelligent questions, right? Well, probably tricky questions would also be a part of it. So that's one. Thank you. Anyone else? Your experience? Anybody? In my experience, I have had a lot of very difficult audience members. People who would be asking a lot of questions, which I like sometimes. People who don't seem to be interested. People who keep talking to each other, right? These are things that you would have to deal with when you deliver a presentation. And finally, apply learned skills in an actual presentation. So later this afternoon, after I have discussed everything that I need to talk about, you guys will be given an opportunity to present a topic that you are most familiar with. Okay? Is that clear? Do we have any questions about our learning objectives for today? All good? All right. Thank you. Now, our shared commitment, these are our expectation, things that we need to do for today. Basically, what I want for you to do is to ask questions if you have any. If you have an experience that you want to share or something that you would like to tell the class, do let me know. I'll call you, and let's try to have fun. All right? End of the day, what I want for you to do is to take something out of this training and have fun while you do it. All right? Now, are we ready for our very first presentation? No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to ask you to present something, not just yet, but we'll have an activity. I will have a variation to this. Instead of you talking about yourself, you would have to talk about someone else. Meaning, here's what I want for you to do. Look for a partner, interview that person, and ask the following. Now, after you have interviewed that person, you both stand in front, and then you introduce your partner. All right? So for instance, if it's going to be the two of you, you will interview him, you will interview her. When you stand here, you introduce her to us, right? Having these following questions. Is that clear? All right. Now for the three of you, you guys get to pick if you want to. Okay? I'm giving you, sorry. Is this clear enough for everybody? I'm going to give you, how about 10 minutes to interview each other? Is that good enough? Long enough? All right, good. Thank you so much. 10 minutes. Hi, welcome. Thanks for being out.
Strange.
I think you can sit over there. This is going to be your teammate.
Afterwards, 5 points, so I was shocked. Not bad, not bad. Good looking. Kind of like small, but like the hands are nice. So I asked, yes, it's a high school, I go for it. So I saw there was something wrong with it. You know,
So the activity is for you to interview one another. So you guys have to figure out who gets it. Thank you.
yes, that's my problem. I don't know how to finish the presentation. Last time I said, okay, that's it. So I go right.
You have 4 minutes left to interview each other, and then we'll start with the introductions.
more natural. We have 1 year, but 5 years. 1 year.
Excuse me.
All right, please wrap it up and then we'll start our introductions. You guys are done? Not yet? All right, how much time do you need? 2 more minutes? Okay. Let's just wait for time. You're done. All right, I think everyone is done. So we can now proceed to the introductions. Who would like to go first? I don't like calling people, so I rely on volunteers. Who would like to go first? There you go. Thank you so much. Round of applause for them, please. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Let me introduce my partner. My partner is Hanky, and he said we don't have.
Sorry, your name is Hanklin?
Hanky. Yes, and he is a work developer. And he
Sorry, developer.
Yes,
Okay.
work developer, and he just came to RingCentral for half a year. And so we have a 1.5 year working experience, but he just came to RingCentral half years ago.
All right, so very new, just graduated from the university. All right. Very nice.
Yes, you fresh meat.
That's right, fresh meat.
Also, because he's 19 and he's developer, he really love play games.
Playing games, all right.
Play games, and also sometimes climb mountain. And what's your other hobbies? Swimming.
All right, swimming.
Yes, and he what he want to learn from this presentation because he want to learn the skills to express himself clearly because we have opportunities in our work to present or then something is very important.
Right.
To have a good presentation, so we want to learn the skill.
Very nice. Thank you very much. Hanklin, it's your turn to introduce her.
My partner is Nina.
Ina.
Nina.
Nina, weren't you part of my class last time? You were,
Yes.
right?
Yes, interview.
Interviewing skills, yes.
His full name is Tiny White. Tiny White is a lovely dog.
All right, why is that her nickname?
In my ex company, my ex colleague call me my friend.
All right.
And while on watch some comedy films
Mm-hmm.
and the last
All right.
So
Okay. And that's how what she wants to learn. All right. Are you done? Okay, thank you very much, Nina and Hanker. Thank you for introducing yourselves. Who would like to go next? Hopefully within the day so we can finish. All right, there you go. So our first triad. Round of applause for them, please.
he is Jim. He is
Jim.
Jim. J-I-M.
All right, Jim.
His nickname is JJ.
JJ.
Junior Jim. He said there was a senior Jim in his team.
All right. So you're the junior one. That's why JJ.
Yeah.
Okay.
He is a data analyst. He like playing badminton, running, listening music.
You guys are really into fitness, huh? Like even in my other classes, they like badminton, they like basketball, swimming seems to be a big thing here in Xiamen.
He want to learn some presentation skills, and he want to what? I forget what I want to hold a good training in the team.
All right. So do you facilitate trainings for your team?
No. So everyone in our team will have a sharing on Friday, every Friday. Yeah.
All right.
So with each other.
Is this the Toastmasters? No.
No.
Thank you. All right. Would like to
introduce her. So his name is Donna. So he has a nickname called Ling. Yeah.
My Chinese name is Wei.
So how do you want to be called? Lin?
Yeah.
All right.
So she is LQH, the same as localization QA. So yeah, do some localization checking, and she's pretty good at guzheng, one of the music instruments.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and she likes to watching TV.
Stay at home. Yeah.
Listening
Stay at
to
home,
music.
stay in bed.
Yeah. And you want to learn presentation skill that she can tell a good story to others. clearly and with confidence.
Thank you so much. Lynn?
Okay. He is Sean.
Sean.
Yeah. His nickname is S.
S.
He's currently engineer in localization team.
Alright.
He's my partner.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He like play
Badminton.
Badminton as well. Alright.
He want to learn presentation skill about speaking.
Thank you so much. Round of applause for this group. We're done, right? So you've already introduced Jim. Jim already introduced Lynn. Lynn introduced Sean. All right, thank you. Round of applause, please. Would like to go next? All right. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. You have. All right. Let's have the other triad, and then we'll have you next, and then we'll have you last.
Okay. Today I want to introduce this handsome boy here.
All right.
His name is Kyle.
Hi.
And he has no nickname.
All right.
And he's front-end engineer in RC. And his responsibility is to build web application and research technical issues.
All right.
And his interest is to build more complex web application.
Oh, okay.
And when we want to learn what? I have a bad memory.
All right, that's fine. What do you want to learn, Kyle?
Okay, he want to learn more speech skills such as gesture, and he want to express himself more clearly.
All right.
Yeah.
Let me introduce this Yuli. His name is Sarah. Sarah. And she just told me her nickname, but
Why?
she regretted not Sarah.
Okay.
Why? No.
So I just pass it.
Okay.
She is a QA engineer in integration team, and she like yoga and swimming in the spare time.
All right. Did you say yoga?
Yeah.
All right, yoga. Very nice.
She want to learn how to overcome the public speaking and improve the percentage skill
All right.
in this thing.
Thank you so much. Kyle, your turn to introduce him.
His name is a boy named Ishi. And his nickname is
His name is
Adam.
Everyone.
Edward. All right, Edward.
His name is Adam. And his nickname is Tim. And his back engineer in integration team. Yeah. And he like play basketball in his spare time.
All right.
And he want to express more confidence in a speech through his training.
All right. Thank you. Round of applause, please. Your turn.
Thank you. Okay, here's my partner, Sylvia.
She didn't share her nickname, but she shared Chinese name, Wang Fang. And Sylvia is a SAP engineer in RC. She maintains CI, provide test data to QA and development in our daily job. And she didn't share her interest.
Oh, why not? All right. Too bad. That's fine.
Okay, but she shared a story about her first start presentation with me, and so she want to improve herself, to be more confident in public speaking, and to deal with tricky questions from the audience, and also want to have a good ending at her presentation.
All right, makes sense. Okay, we'll take care of that later. Thank you. Sylvia?
Okay, my cousin's English name is Yuki.
Yuki.
And yes, and her Chinese name is Chen Jingting. That's a very beautiful name.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
It has a.
We quiet.
Sorry. What's that mean, Nina?
She's
Feel like it's a sweet girl and
Sweet girl. A quiet girl.
Peaceful.
Okay. Are you a quiet person, Yuki?
No.
So we are very parents.
Sometimes not. She's a QA lead and serves the integration team.
Right.
We serve the same team, so we know each other well.
All right, makes sense.
She's interested. She's interested in watching TV, shopping online,
All right.
and badminton. Just as a people. She has served the integration team for many years.
A long?
Yes, a long 5 years.
5 years.
Yeah, I mean, I see about 5 years.
All right.
And before she joined integration team, she had been working in web team for about a year.
All right.
And she mentioned she wants to improve the general presentation skills.
General presentation.
And from this training, like the posters and gestures, and be more confident and how to draw attention from the audience and let them focus on the speaking.
All right. Very good. I like that. A lot of things that we will talk about today: gesture, postures, drawing attention, even handling questions, which you also mentioned earlier. All right. Anything else? All right. Well, then it's done. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And finally.
I would like to introduce my partner, this young beautiful girl. She's came from the same university.
Oh,
Yeah. No. Yes. Her name is Ilya.
Ilya. Okay. Well, that's a very unique name. Thank you.
Her nickname is Swallow. Yeah, he does have the nickname in his heart. Okay, so she's QA engineer in her team.
Jupiter team. All right.
Yeah, actually in Ashi for almost a year.
All right.
Yeah. She is interested in playing video games.
Okay.
Like Prayer Unknown, Battle Ones, which you know, eat chicken in Chinese. Yeah. She also like watch movies. She would like to know how to present in conference and how to deal with the difficult situation when doing the presentation.
Thank you. Ilya, your time to introduce Sam.
My partner name is Daniel Huang. We know we have another colleague called Samuel. So maybe my partner look like so cute, so he calls Samuel. Small S.
Small S, all right.
Yeah.
So is there a big S?
Yes.
Okay.
That is a big S, and that is a S.
Right. Yeah. Big S, S, and small S. All right. Very interesting. So I wonder how big is big S?
No, it's another Samuel.
All right. Another Samuel. Fine.
So small S is my partner's nickname. He is a QA engineer in integration team. So far, he get into company maybe nearly 5 years.
Happy years. Yeah.
He's interested in some sport, for example, swimming, badminton. And he also like to do some try something, and they can also. He wants to learn from he wants to learn some public speaking skills. He wants to deal with his lover.
Thank you very much, Julia and Samuel. Well, we have another participant in the room, and I'm so happy to see you again. You were part of my class last time, right?
Yeah.
So you just had our introductions. Perhaps you can introduce yourself very quickly. Your name, what you do here in RC, your interests, and what do you want to learn from our training session today?
My name is James, and I'm here. I'm a developer in the RC, so my interest is playing the football and playing the ping-pong.
All right, upstairs on the 10th floor. All right.
On the 10th floor, yeah. And I need to improve my presenting skill from this training. Because I have little experience on the presentation, so I want to learn a lot from the training.
All right. Thank you very much, James, for introducing yourself. So I think we are covered. Everybody has introduced their partners, right? Everyone has introduced themselves. So I'd like to introduce myself too, just before we proceed. My name is Carl Molina. I'm from Manila, Philippines. Some of you I've met last May because I was here. I facilitated a training on interviewing skills. What I do in RC, I've been with RingCentral for 1 year and 4 months. I am a leadership development trainer, so I facilitate and conduct leadership development classes in Manila, sometimes here in Shannon, right? But I've been in leadership development in the BPO space, training for the last 8 years of my life. If you guys are familiar with call centers, it's very big in the Philippines, a lot of call centers there. So I go and train the leaders of these call centers. My interests, when I'm not at work, I like running, because I try to lose weight and not get, big. I also like traveling, been to a couple of places here and there, mainly in the Philippines and in Asia. What I want to learn, actually I don't really, I will be the one to present to you with the knowledge that you need to know about presentation skills. So I'll be giving that to you. But I also want to learn from your experiences. Perhaps there is something that you can share with me that I don't know yet, and maybe we can talk about it as a class. So again, we go back to my expectations earlier. If you have something to share, just raise your hands. Feel free to let me know. Also, if I am speaking way too fast, right, that you cannot understand what I'm saying anymore, just call my attention and I would slow down for you. All right? Does that make sense? All right. Just to be sure that I still remember your names, because I'll be calling you a lot. I'll be asking a lot of questions later today. We have Delia, Samuel, Sylvia, Yuki, Edward, Sarah, Kyle, Lynn, Jim, Sean, Jason. That's right. James, sorry. James, Nina, and Hanklin. All right. So please, I will be calling you a little later. If I have questions, feel free to answer them. All right. So first things first, before we start our discussion on presentation skills, it's so important for you to do your self-assessment. It's an opportunity for you to see the opportunities and the things that you still need to improve on. This is also a good opportunity for you to find out, hey, am I really good at presentation now, right? Because for all you know, based on the checklist, once you answer them, it might give you an idea of whether or not you're already good at presentation. And Sylvia was like, no, I don't think it's fair. Well, this is an opportunity for you to gauge yourself in terms of your presentation skills. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass around a sheet of paper. Please get one. It's not in your manual, but this is a separate sheet of paper. The manual, though, that's already yours. Feel free to write on it. That's going to be yours to keep. Let's just wait for everybody to get a copy of the assessment. So James already has one. Spare copy. All right. So there are 19 questions there that you need to answer. And all you have to do is read the statement and mark the number that best describes you. So if you notice there is a score there between 5 to 1, right? If the description and you do it all the time, then give yourself a 5. If you do it sometimes, then give yourself a 3. If you don't do it at all, give yourself a 1. For instance, take a look at example number 1. I thoroughly analyze my audience. Similar to what we did earlier, the introductions. When you do your presentations, is it something that you do all the time? If you do, give yourself a 5. If you don't do it at all, give yourself a 1. Now, after assigning a score to all of the line items, please total it, add, so that you can come up with your score. Right? What questions might you have before I ask you to do it? Everything clear so far? Good. 5 minutes to take the assessment. You guys are done? Just add it so that you can get your score. So add all the numbers. Yeah. Those are the key things. I was very fast. Also done. Same score. Almost the same score. Guys, if there's something that you do not understand, the line item that is unclear, do let me know. Right? Ask me. Who else is answering? So I have a couple of people answering. A minute to wrap it up. Yes, Sam. Meaning you use visuals, images, graphics, charts in your presentation. And you take time to practice them. All right, are we done? Who still needs more time answering? Or when you are computing? All right, so I think everyone is done. Let's have a look at your assessment. Now, the scores that you have gotten, it represents something, right? If you got a score of 90 to 95, it only means that you are an expert in presentation and you don't really need to be here. You can step out and go back to what you're doing. You don't really have to be here. Did anyone get a score of 90 to 95? Nobody? All right, so it means that you guys will have to stay here for the rest of the session. Now, if you got a score of 75 to 89, it means that you're good at presentation. It means that you have the skills necessary for you to become an effective presenter. However, there are still things that we need to improve so that you can become a more effective one. Did anyone get a score of 75 to 89? Anybody? Nobody? All right, that's fine. Don't have to worry, because if you got a score of 74 and below, it only means that this training is really the best opportunity for you to improve your presentation skills. Don't feel bad if you got a score of 74 and below. This is just a way for us to tell you that there are things that we still need to develop in our presentation skills, right? Lilia, what's your score? 62, that's all right. Samuel? 56. Sylvia? 66. Yuki?
65.
Edward?
54.
54. Sarah? 36. Kyle? 64. Lynn? 63. Jim?
58.
Sean?
54.
54. James?
50.
50. Nina?
69.
69. And Hanklin? 63. All right. These are good scores, right? Nothing extreme. I'm happy that nobody got a score of 20 below, right? Because if that's the case, you really need to pay attention to this training session. So those are good scores still, because again, an opportunity for you to learn the skills that will make you more confident in terms of your presentation. So keep that assessment, because I want for you to reassess yourself after you have had the opportunity to go through the training, perhaps a couple of months later, so that you can see if there was an improvement in your presentation skills, right? In the meantime, let's talk about something very important. The difference between presentation versus facilitation. You guys, are they one and the same? Are they similar, or are they different? If you feel that they are different, what do you think is the difference between presentation versus facilitation? So, hands please, if there's anything that you'd like to share. Nina?
What does facilitation mean?
Oh, you don't know what facilitation means. Good question, and that's a fair question. We will talk about that as we go along our discussion. I don't know exactly what that means in Chinese or the translation, but I can define it to you a little bit. All right? But James, did you want to add anything you want to share?
I'm confused what facilitation.
All right, so same thing. We're not really familiar with facilitation. All the more that it gets confusing, right? Because you don't know exactly what this is. Thank you. Sylvia.
I have a guess.
Sure.
Presentation is more like sharing, and
Mhm.
facilitation is more like training.
All right, very good answer there. Did you guys hear what Sylvia said? According to her guess is that presentation, it's more of sharing, but facilitation, it's more of training. We'll find out if that is really the meaning of those two. What I want for you to do is to work with each other. Go to page 3 of your manual, and let's try to understand the difference between presentation and facilitation. One thing that I can tell you now is that presentation is different from facilitation. So please do not think that they are the same, because these are two different things. What I want for you to do is to classify these 6 based on where they should go. For instance, in presenting, what is the focus? Do you focus on the content or do you focus on the process? Right? So please work on that. Work with each other if you want. 5 minutes and then we'll discuss. It's on page 3 of your manual. All right, are we done? It still needs more time. Okay, so I think we're done, and let's talk about the differences between presentation and facilitation, presenting versus facilitating. So we talk about content. Which one should it go to? Presenting or facilitating? Presenting, very good. So it's similar to what was mentioned by Sylvia. When you are presenting, what you really want to do is you want to share information, right? You want to express your ideas to a group of audience. It may be personal, or it may be through RC meetings, it doesn't matter. If you're just there to share information, if you want to express what you know, then you go the presenting route. On the other hand, you facilitate when you focus on the process. What do we mean by that? When you say you focus on the process, what process are we referring to?
How it is going.
Yes, Sylvia?
How it is going.
How it is going with what?
Is what you want to gain.
All right, exactly. So the point is, think of it as a journey for the participants. When you are facilitating, you want them to be able to think, and figure out things on their own. Hence, when you are facilitating, you're not just plainly giving out information. You're not just simply sharing knowledge. What you want to do is you ask a lot of questions. You interact with your audience so that they can get to understand what you're trying to tell them. So it's a journey of taking them from this place to another place. You focus on the process. Does that make sense? What am I doing now? Am I just presenting or am I facilitating? I am facilitating. The way that I ask questions, the way that I take you on the process of learning, that is what we mean when we say facilitating. All right? Give me an example of just a presentation. A situation wherein you're not really facilitating, but just merely presenting. Can you think of one? Yes, Samuel.
The workflow of the
Sorry.
team. Present the workflow to the team.
All right, very good. So if you're going to present, let's say, an update to the workflow to the team, here's the updated workflow. I'm going to present it to you. No questions asked, right? That could be just presentation. Does that make sense? Right. Second, in presenting, what do you deliver? Do you formulate group insights or decision, or do you deliver information or motivation? All right. And in facilitating, we formulate group insights and decision. That's why in facilitating, what you actually do is you give them opportunities, your participants, to talk to each other and gain their insights. Okay? You ask, what are your thoughts? What are your ideas? Share it with me. Share it with the rest of the class. Does that make sense? Hence, in presenting, which weighs more, telling or asking? Telling, very good. And in facilitating, it's more of asking questions. Does that make sense? All right. Now my question is, when you facilitate, do you also somehow present? In other words, are there presentation skills needed for you to be able to facilitate well? Yes, there is, right? In fact, most of the things that I'm going to share with you, things that I will teach you about presentation, you can still use when you do facilitation. Does that make sense? All right. Do you still remember your professors back in the university? That was a long time ago, except for Hanklin. Hanklin, you're a fresh grad, right? Fresh meat, according to Nina. I have a question for you. Your professors, your teachers in the university, what did they do? Did they just present or did they facilitate? Can someone translate that for him, please, the question? Sorry, what did he say? The second one, facilitating. All right, that's good. How about the others? Did you have a professor who just presented? Meaning just reading on the slide, not really talking to you, not interacting with you. Have you ever had that, Samuel? Mm-hmm.
Just read the book.
All right. Give you the book, read it, and then that's it. I'm going to give you a grade. Right? And it's not really a bad experience for us learners. We don't really want to just be presented ideas too, right? What we want to do is to have that interaction, right? That's why what we really want to do is when you are facilitating a discussion similar to this, you use elements of facilitation, right? Are we clear with regard to the difference between presenting and facilitating? What questions might we have at this point? No questions? All right. Well, if you don't have questions, I want to share with you this quote. You guys know this guy, Mark Benioff, but probably you would remember him or recognize him a little later. Can someone read the slide for me, please? What he said. Yuki.
Presentation skills are key. People who work for you represent your brand. You want them to present themselves and present you in a certain way.
All right. Do you guys agree with what he said? According to Mark, presentation skills are key, meaning it's important because you, as employees of RingCentral, you represent the company a certain way. Do you guys believe in this? Edward, what are your thoughts? All right, that's fine. I'm gonna call on you a little later. Anyone would like to share their ideas? Yulia? No idea. All right, but do we agree with what he said? Yes. Yuki, what made you say that? Yeah, he's probably right.
Because if you don't present, others may not know you, so he or she may not read you right.
All right, so that's a possibility. If you don't present yourself, then that person might not know you. That's a good one. Thank you. How about the others? Nina, and then I'll have Samuel.
I agree what he said because presentation skills is a way to let others know you and build up your brand. So it's a way to communicate with each other.
All right, presentation according to Nina is a way for us to put the brand out there. If we want RingCentral to be known, we have to present in a certain way. That's what she's trying to say. Thank you, Nina. Samuel.
I think everyone is different, and if you present to them in the same way, they may not understand. Because if we like, for example, a developer talk to a QA, the scripts they may not understand.
All right. In other words, what you're saying is that you have to be able to adjust the way that you present, right? Okay, very good insight there too. The bottom line is, the moment that you go out of this company, the moment that you step out of this building, and you were tasked to give a presentation, you're not just longer representing yourself. Lynn, when you present, you're not just Lynn anymore, right? When you present, you are already carrying what brand? The brand of RingCentral. And we want to be able for you to have to carry the brand very well. That's why presentation skills is a necessary skill for you to develop, right? We don't want people to think that, oh my goodness, people at RingCentral are bad presenters, right? What we want for them to say is that when they see you, oh, I know that this person is from RingCentral because I have seen so many great presenters from that company. Does that make sense? Right. That is what he said. Mark Benioff, you guys are familiar with Salesforce? Yes. If you're familiar with Salesforce, he is the CEO of Salesforce. So this guy is rather famous. We should know him. He is the CEO of Salesforce. All right. What questions might you have at this point? Questions? Everything clear so far? All right, great. Now, let's have another activity, and this time I would want for you to spread out. Let's count off from 1 to 4. Right? No, sorry, let's just have 3 groups. 1, 2, 3, beginning with UP. Let's count off.
1,
3, 2, 3,
1, 3,
1, 2, 3, 1.
All right, so I want for you to stay with your groups now. All number 1s, please stay here. All number 2, stay here. All number 3s, stay there. This is just temporary. You're going to go back to your seats. This is just a temporary group. All right, I'm going to give you the instructions now. You guys are sitting with your group mates? All right. Here's what I want for you to do. There are things about presentation that we want to be able to copy, things that we want to be able to show, things that we want to be able to do. What I want for you to do is to talk amongst yourselves and write on the easel boards that you guys are given some of the good and bad qualities of a presenter. All right? So think of all the other presentations that you have seen, maybe in the university, here at RingCentral, on TV, anything on the internet. What are some of the good qualities that you're looking for in a presenter? And what are some of the bad qualities that you're also looking for in a presenter? Right? Or things that you don't want to see in a presenter. Does that make sense? So good qualities and bad qualities. Write everything down, and then we will talk about it as a group a little later. All right? Please feel free to use the easel boards. The markers are here. Just make sure you're using the.
No eye contact.不好的那种。
Lots of homework.
So you heard it from another group.
第5个就是的，然后有一些忘词了，不是全没有也比较有点比较然后对经常来讲，然后别人可能觉得然后还引申太多了，然后互动是什么？然后
不知道。
就是相当不止
No, influence.
influence 或者影响吗？
influence 是影响。
还有它会influence。
是的。
All right, you have 3 minutes.
还有刚好
第十一课，第十一课。
但是紧张是不是？比较高兴。
就没有体验。没有体验到。比如说，大家做菜，做饭后要卖的，就晚上吃要买东西，
哎，是的。
好奇怪。哦。
但是
没有
但是
啊。
但是 break down 不是。
啊，对，还是这样。
And I'm very check.
就是说，
Are you guys done? Not yet. Almost done. All right, good.
easy word.
Understand is
Easy to understand.
啊，对。不然太难的解释。
对，把复杂的东西简单化。
That's right. Eating is. Oh, okay. You can join that. Yeah. Okay, synthesize James first. Oh, you guys are done. All right, you're done. So we'll just have You guys are done?
Yeah.
Perfect. We still need more time, group 2? Need more time. Are you done with the bad qualities? All right, so I'm going to give you 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes to come up with the bad qualities of the presenter. Yeah.
So we need to present this.
Yes, you guys will be presenting those after our break. I'll give you a 15-minute break first, and then we'll have the presentations.
So just present the good or both.
Both. Good and bad. James, 7 seconds. No.
students. All right, group 2, are you guys done? You guys are done. All right, good. So here's what's going to happen. You will have to present what you came up with, but we'll do that right after I give you your 15-minute break, your first 15-minute break. So please, it's 10. What time is it on your watch? It's 10:30 on my watch. So let's be back at exactly 10:45. When we come back at 10:45, you guys will be presenting. All right, what you came up with. So please enjoy your 15-minute break. Yes.
This the chocolate for us.
Yeah, it's something that you can try. It's from Manila. Funny because some of the guys said they thought they didn't eat it because they thought it's rubber. So you guys can eat it. That's fine. Kyle, can I ask you to sign the attendance sheet, please? Here.
How do you think our presentation skills?
Well, there are certain things that I was able to see that we need to change, but you'll learn it a little later. That's fine.
心塞。
然后我老公还一直说，看看晚点回来，不要太早。
以前我同学很多都超40度，不行了。以前是上课嘛，然后前面说一点话，然后会一点，同学很快就没教了。 都是在里面，都是在里面。刚开始嘛，然后明年是在这边，没有人教的，就是在这边，然后我就在新疆，然后我们就会有的我们就是不用吃，他换成非常长，他们就把那个再给回来，中间刚好还休息一下，然后中间到实地5块钱，到实地的时候就天气好，没见识，就是你要完之后， 它是按
说他说喜欢就是去做更多什么复杂的问应用，他的兴趣。是吗？好。
也有刚出的时候有关，然后往来也是刺激在三次，没有弄。其实打开网拍还是很
All right, welcome back, everybody. How was your 15-minute break?
Great.
Good. All right. Good to hear that. So, are we ready for our presentations? And then I am met with silence. All right. So, please, let's go to our respective groups again, and then I would love to hear what you put on the boards. The good and bad qualities of a presenter. And perhaps we can begin with the first group, Yuki's group. Present to the rest of the class.
Left a volunteer.
Oh, up to you. I'm just saying it's your group. Okay. She was looking at me as if saying, Carl, why are you picking me? Up to you. Whoever wants to present, that's fine.
So I'm the volunteer. Okay. For a good presenter, he or she should have easy understand contents and have clear points. And during the presentation, he or she should have eye contact with the audience and present with confidence. And the volume should be lovely. And during the whole presentation, he or she should show the enthusiastic and with he can utilize visual aids and also body language like posture or gesture.
All right.
And he or she should be relaxed and have good interaction with audience.
All right. So a lot of the great things there. When you say visual aids, what does that mean? What in particular visual aid are we talking about?
Image. Some image or video or some audio.
So you're talking about a PowerPoint presentation that should have images, videos, and what have you. All right, good.
And a bad present.
All right, so since you were the one who presented the good qualities, perhaps somebody from the team can talk about the bad qualities.
Okay, and another volunteer.
All right, James is going to talk about the bad qualities. If you can face them so that they can hear you.
Okay. As a presenter, I think he should avoid the foreign quality, the foreign aspect. Firstly, he should not just reading his note or just reading the slide.
All right.
So it's a very he should and secondly.
Without image.
Oh,
all right. Words without pictures.
Okay. And secondly, he should not just provide the oral words without any picture or image. Thirdly, that there should be clear there should be no point, and he should avoid the content should be clear. Should not shouldn't have no point or logic.
All right.
So,
how would you know that the presentation does not have any point or any logic? And I think this is something that came up in the other classes too. They said, Carl, you know what? I really don't like a presentation that does not have clear logic or clear point. How do you know? Or what does that mean even?
maybe the audience will feel confused about what you say.
Okay.
And they it's the frequency. Yeah.
What does that mean?
It means that the presentation should be influent.
Fluent when you deliver the presentation?
Yeah, so
All right.
influent.
So lack of fluency in terms of delivering the presentation. All right, gotcha. Next.
And the presenter should not be so nervous.
Mm-hmm.
And he should be well prepared.
All right, very nice. You know, we're all human beings. Is it natural for us to be nervous when delivering a presentation? Is it natural? Yes, it is, right? In fact, I'm not going to say you shouldn't really be nervous because I could not control your emotions. This is something that you could not control. What you can control, however, are your body language or your gestures that will make your audience members think that, hey, he doesn't look nervous. She doesn't look nervous. When in fact, inside, you're feeling, oh my goodness, I really want this presentation to end. But there are techniques, tips that I can share with you so as not the audience think that you are nervous in your presentation. All right? Anything else that you'd like to add? Very good. All right, round of applause for them, please. Thank you very much. Now let's go over to the second group, Olivia's group. Sorry, Sylvia's group. No wonder there was no reaction from Sylvia. Folks, if we can just face the rest of the class and the others, if you can just pay attention to their presentation.
Okay, for the presence, first of all, the confidence, that's very important. How to talk about it, quite sure. You can give examples.
Up to you if you want to provide examples. Sure. So that we can really understand what you're trying to say.
Lecture, we have more confidence, it's more position. So I guess, and the second is it's training with eye contact and well dressed, like if you're just or just like
oh, well, I'm not wearing a suit. Does that mean that I'm not well dressed? No,
but you have a shirt.
right.
It's better than a t-shirt or with shorts.
That's true. Right.
And the logic fluency. Logic means that you what you are talking is well organized, well prepared, as not jumping from one topic to another.
Makes
You
sense.
always focus on the points. And fluency, that's my not good at this item. When I speak, sometimes I just stuck at some point.
All right.
So
When
I
you-
think it's very important.
When you deliver your presentations, do you do it in English or do you do it in Chinese? Chinese, right? If you deliver it in Chinese, do you still have issues when it comes to fluency? You still do?
I do.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you for your honesty. Appreciate that. We'll talk about that later.
So please help me.
All right. I would. Definitely would.
And the fourth is the objects used during presentation.
iPhone 同拍攝people device
All right. So meaning you're saying that I shouldn't be using devices while I present it. All right. Makes sense, right? Can you imagine me while talking, I'm using my phone right? So it would be a little distracting for you. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, we have an example.
Oh.
We had a Scrum meeting. We had a Scrum training in RC, and
Right.
during the training, the lecturer they let us to play a game, and he gave us the poker card.
Oh,
We
right.
flip it in groups and
Oh,
we
okay.
try to do it quicker. The first iteration we did very bad, but second and the third time we did better and better.
All
So from that game, we learned how to do the retrospective and how to do the improvement. So
So you're saying different ways of presenting information,
Yes.
like activities and games?
Yes.
All right, makes sense. Okay.
And the fifth is close to the topic. I think that is related to the third one.
The third, yeah.
Don't jump and don't talk something else, not relevant to the presentation. And the sixth is clear and strong voice. That's I think they also mentioned that. So not elaborate and not talk on your own to like you were sitting in a small room. Okay.
So what are the bad things that you guys are looking at? Maybe Kyle or Sean can talk about this. Hankin also wanted to talk about it.
The benefit presentation in only reading PPT. Only that because in this case the PPT will forward the long words and it's boring.
Makes sense.
And the second thing is no iteration because maybe some audio in this presentation be boring and may don't care about what you express.
All right.
So you don't ask make content.
Okay.
Okay. The
Logical confusion.
Logical confusion. It's me because you say many things but not fluence and just the last one is the small voice because the audience can listen.
Right. Okay, so meaning the voice is too soft, right? That the other folks are not able to hear what you're saying. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Round of applause for the second group, please. I think they're done. Now let's go to the last group, group number 3. They wrote down a lot.
So
Let's talk about the good qualities
first.
first.
So we think after our discussion, we think group presentation must be well organized, and also it should make yourself like be present, like eye contact, connect, and also interaction is very important.
Right.
And also gestures are necessary, and also. We think passion and confidence are also very important. It's a good way to attract your audience. And also the proper speed. It means it's better to present in variety speed. Some praise slow, some praise faster.
Okay.
So main points for a good quality.
All right, thank you very much. Now we will talk about the bad qualities of the presenter.
So the first one is just read the PPT. It's boring. And the second one is organized. You just told the audience everything, but they don't have focus. And the fourth is out of subject. Maybe you talk too much about something else.
Right.
And sometimes it is don't care the audience. You just say, but present, but you don't care about the understand
Mhm.
and not patient.
How would you know that the presenter does not have passion? I think this is something that always comes out, right? Carl, we really want a presenter who is passionate, someone who has passion about what he or she is talking about. How do you know that the person or the presenter does not have passion or isn't passionate? Too flat.
Emotional speaking voice
Mm-hmm. So the speaking voice is just the same?
with emotion.
Without emotion or with emotion?
With emotion.
All right, so if it's with emotion, then you know that the person is passionate. Is that what you're saying? All right, great.
And unprepared. It includes the content of devices.
Mm-hmm.
For example, our devices if a big room
Mm-hmm.
and the microphone
Is it working?
Yeah, it's not working. And this is numbers and delay.
Delay what?
Too long.
All right, too long.
Yeah, you told them it is 1 hour training, but you make it 2 hours.
All right, so time management is important
Yeah.
for you guys. Very nice.
Yeah, and no break.
Okay, so since I gave you a break, does that mean that I'm a good presenter? All right. That's good.
Yeah, and too much was in PPT.
Okay.
That's it. The audience will focus on PPT, not on presenter.
Okay, very nice. Anything that you'd like to add? Odson and Sarah, Jim? Anything else? No. All right. Round of applause for everybody at this point. Thank you so much for coming up with a list of the good qualities and bad qualities. You can go back to your respective seats. And let's debrief very quickly. So you see there are a lot of things in common based on what you wrote, right? You said it's important for a presenter to be passionate. It's very good for the presenter to be prepared, comes prepared to the presentation. Somebody who doesn't use a lot of text in a PowerPoint. Someone who engages with the audience members. Somebody who uses proper body language, right gestures, and proper posture. So these are things that you would want to see in a presenter. And I tell you what, most of the things that we're going to talk about in our session today will focus on those things. At the end of the day, if you really want to become a better presenter, these are the basics of presentation skills that you have to master. I'm not just saying you need to know all of these things. With practice, you should be able to master these qualities so that you can become or you can be seen as a very good presenter, right? So one thing that I can share with you, this is something that you can learn, right? So if you're thinking, Carl, you know what, I don't think I can be a good presenter, I would want to stop you right now. And I want for you to stop thinking that you cannot be a good presenter. Because if you give yourself a chance, an opportunity to know these things and give yourself some time to practice these skills, you can eventually become a very good presenter. All right? So we're done with this activity. The next thing that we have to do is to become the next great presenter. And there are several things that we want to be able to cover, right? But before we do that, I want to talk about Moravian's model of communication. Is anybody familiar with this? You guys see this? Samuel, what do you know about this?
Body language is more important than words.
All right, so very simple to understand. According to Albert Moravian's communication model, when we talk face to face, right, people don't just listen intently to the words that we say, right? They're not just focusing on the message, but rather people, when we talk to each other, we also look at the body language and paralinguistics. And if you notice here in the chart, words is just 7% of the actual communication process. People would be interpreting your message based on what they see in your body too. Hence, it's so important that as presenters, we master our body language. The way we move, the way we extend our hands, the way we stand, even our facial expressions, these things would play a part in how people will perceive us as presenters. Does that make sense? Right? And how many of you are familiar with paralinguistics? the way they say the words, that's a good idea. Thank you, Yuki, for sharing. You know, children, right? You know, children, babies. Who among you have kids? Do you have kids? Samuel, how young is your kid?
Which one?
Oh, so that's true. How many kids do you have?
I have 2 kids.
All right, what's the youngest?
The youngest is 1 year old.
1 year old, right? So if you're talking to your, is he a boy or a girl? A boy, right? And you're talking to your son, and if you tell your son, "You are so cute," what would be the reaction of your kid? Probably cry. But notice what you're saying to your kid is that you think it's cute, right? Is that a positive thing to say or a negative thing to say? Cute. It's positive, right? It means that your kid is adorable. But the manner you said it kind of scared him off, right? But what if you tell your son, "I hate you so much. I hate you. You're not adorable." You were smiling. Your voice is soft. What do you think will be the reaction of the kid? Probably be laughing, right? Would be cooing, would be smiling. You see, there's a difference there, right? The message that you're trying to say did not match the tone, hence the reaction of the person was also different. That is what we mean when we say paralinguistic. It talks about your tone, your rate of speech, the volume, and so on and so forth. These are the things that we're going to talk about today. Primarily, we will focus on these two, body language and paralinguistics. Because, end of the day, words is just 7% of the actual communication process. People will also be inclined to look at how you say things, the way you say things. Does that make sense? All right. So, what we need to do is we need to master what we call our nonverbals. And there are 4 things that we want to cover. First is our stance. Second is body language. Third is paralanguage. And lastly, grooming. Do you think grooming is important as a presenter? Have you ever experienced listening to somebody who isn't well groomed? Meaning probably his hair or her hair is not fixed, right? These are things that you want to be able to see when you have a great presenter. Someone who's able to stand properly, someone who's able to use the right body language, somebody who grooms well, right? These are the things that we're going to talk about in our discussion for today. And why don't we begin with the very first one, which is stance. Didn't you say earlier that for you to be a good presenter, you must have proper posture? Posture is here. Well, isn't here, but gesture is here. Do we have posture there? Gesture, right? Gesture is there. Posture isn't. But ultimately, they are related to each other. But here, if you notice, in the first group, they said proper posture and gesture should really be there. Now, how do you feel if, let's say, at the beginning or during my presentation, I stand like this? Right? Or if I am, let's say, I'm dragging my feet going from this side to this side. And by the time that I reach this part, I would be like this. Lynn, how would you feel about me as your presenter now?
Lazy and sexy.
Lazy and sexy. Sexy is good. I like that. I'm gunning for that. But lazy, not so much. I don't want you to report to Isan as Isan, my presenter is such a lazy person. But he's sexy because he stood like that. That's the kind of impression. Yes, sorry, Lynn. Well, what were you trying to say?
I said you want to sleep.
It would somehow feel that I would like to sleep. Ultimately, when I stand like this, I don't look professional, do I? Yeah. All right? And mind you, there are a lot of presenters who would be standing like that, shifting from one side of their body to the other side. And that doesn't really send a very good message when you are a presenter. Hence, it's so important that as presenters, you are able to find the right stance or the right posture. And the way to do that is by doing what we call a penguin walk. Have you guys seen a penguin walk? Right, you've seen that. Now, this is a time for us to get silly. Don't mind the people out there. Probably they're not paying attention to us here. But here's what I want for you to do. let's try to find the right stance, the proper posture by doing the penguin walk. Everybody, let's stand. Remember what I said, you don't want to be presenting with your stance like this, or you are hunching, or you're doing all sorts of things. What you really want to do is to have a professional look with the way you stand. So here's what I want for you to do. First thing, look at your feet, okay? Make sure that you have the ample space between your left foot and your right foot. Ideally about 12 inches, right? You don't necessarily have to measure it by the dot. Just try to approximate the distance between both feet, okay? Now, not too wide. Can you imagine you walk like that? And not too narrow, right? Just the right distance, okay? Now, here's what I want for you to do. I want for you to let your hands hang loose by your side, okay? By your side, this is how you want to do it. Now this time, I want for you to inhale and raise your shoulders as high as you can. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. And I want for you to hold it. And I want for you to put your hands like this, similar to how a penguin would do it. And Kyle is laughing because it looks so silly, right? Now, this point, I want for you to raise it as high as you can and let us waddle. We are trying to imitate how a penguin walks. Come on, this is the time for you to be silly. Sylvia, right? Come on. And then at the count of 3, I want for you to exhale. 1, 2, 3. Folks, this is your natural stance or your natural posture, okay? This is the kind of posture that you would want to have when you deliver a presentation. Does that make sense? Let's try one more time. Ready? Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Waddle. And pause. This is your natural stance. So please have a seat. Okay? Now, would you do it before the presentation, after the presentation, or during the presentation? Before, of course. Can you just imagine? All right, I'm going to present. Talk about presentation skills. It's going to be so silly, right? I want you to understand that it's so important that you do that so that the moment that you walk in, you are right in the presentation with the presence. Like people would look at you and tell you, and they would think to themselves that, you know what? I really have a good presenter right in front of me because the way he stands, his posture is so professional. Do that make sense? All right. What questions might you have with regard to posture at this point? Questions?
Should I walk during the presentation?
Yes, Yuki. Should I? All right. Very good. Very good question. How would you feel, let's say, from the beginning of my presentation until the end of my presentation, I am just here. In fact, it can start now. I will not move. I will just be here until 3:30. What do you think is the message that you send across your presenters if you just stay on one side of the platform that you guys are given? Edward, if I just stay here, what would you think about me? What would you think of me?
Weird.
Why am I weird? Because I'm so attached to my podium. I just want to be here. I don't want to be away from this part. Could be weird for sure. What else? I am serious. That's one. Anything else?
Distance.
Nervous.
Distance.
Sorry.
Long distance.
No distance with your audience. Long distance with your audience. Very nice. Anything else? Sarah. I thought you won't want to share something because you were about to open your mouth, right?
Maybe you are not confident.
Maybe I am not confident because I am just staying on this side. You're absolutely right, Sarah. For a lot of presenters, when they don't feel comfortable, when they don't feel confident about their presentations, they just stay on one side of the room. That is why it's so important that as presenters, you move around. And can you imagine the connection that I'm able to make if I move around? I get to stay here, over that side, over that side, over that side of the room. Point is, when you deliver a presentation, I would suggest that you roam around. Does that make sense? Okay. Please refrain from staying on just one side of the room. Is that clear? All right. But don't move too excessively to the point that I haven't finished my sentence yet, but I'm going to go back. Right? Make sure that it's deliberate in the sense that you stay here for a couple of minutes before you move back to your original location. Does that make sense? Was I able to answer your question? All right. What other questions might we have at this point? Sylvia, I think you have something in mind. Is there anything that you would want to ask? All right. Is everything clear? All right. If it is clear, we move on to the next part. And this is the part that we really want for you to remember. We talk about body language. And what do we have here? Jen, can you read what we have on the slide?
Okay.
Can you see it from where you are?
Yes.
Okay.
So body language can tell a lot about how a person feels. What the audience sees can determine the kind of impression that is made by a presenter.
All right. Thank you so much, Jen. In other words, what you see in me, the things that I do, can somehow influence what you think about me, your impression about the presenter. So for instance, if I keep shaking my hands like that and I'm not able to control it, what do you think? I'm nervous, right? If my eyebrows are like that all the time. Sarah, do you have a question? Kyle, do you have a question? Nina, I want you to share what you're trying, what you want to share. When my eyebrows are like that, how would you feel? You, right, it's no longer me who's nervous. You will be the one nervous because maybe Carl, as the presenter, is mad, right? So you see the things that you do with your body, your face can influence what your audience members think about you. So it's so important that our body language remains positive all the time. So in order for us to talk about body language, let us play Kahoot. Okay? But what time is it on your watch? It's 11:20 on my watch, but I just want to make sure that you guys are in sync. What time is it on your watch? 15. All right. Would you want me to send you out on an early lunch break so that we do not interrupt the game? Because we're going to play a game. Or would you want to start now, cut it at 11:30, and then resume when we get back at 1? What do you want? Get back at 1. So let's start now. All right. Well, then, if that's the case, bring out your phones, or if you have your computers with you, please bring out your phones or your computers. We will play a game called Kahoot. I think you mentioned earlier that you guys want games in your presentation, so we'll play a game. So please, bring out your phones. This is the only time that I will allow phones in my class. Or you might be asking, Carl, what is Kahoot? Don't worry, I'll introduce it to you a little later. So if you have your phones ready, or if you have your computers ready, go to this website. Kahoot.it. Oh, you don't have a computer, Nina. You don't have your phone. It's there. How fast can you get your phones or computers? Very quick. All right, good.
Should I download the app or just?
No need for you to download the app. Just go to Kahoot.it. The first thing that it's going to ask you is to enter the PIN. So kindly enter the PIN. And then you put your nickname so that you can be recorded as a player. All right, so 11 players are in. So I'll need 3 more players because I have 14 in my room today. Now, since this is a game, there will be a prize, right? So if you win the game, you get to win a prize from me, okay? And the prize is this. This is something that I got from the Philippines. This is your prize. This is something that you can display at your station, so you might want to do your best and win the game. So it's a jeepney. This is similar to a bus. This is what we use in the Philippines for transportation. So this is what you're gonna win. So 13 players are there. We just need 1 more. So who said fat fish? That's you, Sarah. All right, if that's what you want to use, then that's fine. Okay. Who isn't here yet? Oh, 12. Kyle. 1 more. Hankin. So while waiting for him to join, here's what's going to happen. You guys will be shown a question in the form of a body language. I will demonstrate it so that you can also pay attention to me. And then all you have to do is determine what does that particular body language mean, right? So in the eyes of the audience, if they're looking at you and you're able to do that particular body language, what message do you send across? Does that make sense? Now, it's important that you're able to get the right question correctly, right? So that you can get a point. But it also matters that you answer as fast as you can. The faster, the better, right? Because the faster that you answer it correctly, the more points you're gonna get. Are we ready to play Kahoot? All right. So here you go. You guys have 30 seconds to answer each question. The first body language is avoidance of eye contact. What does that mean? When you avoid eye contact as a presenter, here are your options. Excitement and eagerness, lack of confidence and nervousness, or defensiveness. Key in your answers. You have 13 seconds left. Are you guys coaching each other? All right, so 11 people was able to answer it correctly. They answered lack of confidence and nervousness. So guys, understand that if you are the presenter and you avoid eye contact with your audience, it might signal or it might mean that you lack confidence or you are nervous. People would think that if you do not establish eye contact with them, you don't know what you're talking about, you're not sure about what you're talking about, okay? So there's a technique that I would want to share with you. If you want to engage everybody by way of establishing eye contact, you can do this thing. You look at one person on the right, one person in the middle, look at one person to the left. Or you can do it the other way around. Look at one person at the left, one person at the middle, another person to the right. Meaning, you look at everybody at one point during your presentation. Does that make sense? Okay. However, be careful when it comes to establishing eye contact. Kyle, if I look at you for 2 minutes straight, I'm talking and talking and talking, but I'm just looking at you. I don't mind them. I'm just looking at you. How would you feel?
Nervous.
Very nervous.
Right, so it's no longer me who's nervous. You will be nervous because why is he looking at me for 2 minutes, right? Do not establish eye contact with somebody, the same person, for a long period of time. How many seconds should you establish eye contact with one person? How many minutes should you look at one person? 2 to 3 seconds is ideal. Anything longer than 3 seconds, you should already be looking at somebody else. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So that's the first one. And remember, you mentioned earlier that eye contact is a mark of a good presenter. Make sure that you do that as well. Okay?
So let's see who is in the lead. After this question, Edward is in the lead at 865 points. So again, answer as fast as you can. The next question is cross arms.
If I cross my arms as your presenter, what would that mean? All right, so 9 people got it correctly. This is what you call a close gesture, okay? The moment that you cross your arms, it signals that you are separate from your audience or you are defensive. So folks, make sure that you do not cross your arms when you are delivering your presentation, okay? This is a very negative kind of body language that you should avoid. So what are you going to do in order for you to maintain an open body posture? What can you do? Samuel. You're looking at it now, right? If you don't want to do this, you can just let your hands hang loose. That's fine. Remember, the moment that you cross your arms, this becomes a barrier between you and your audience members. However, it would be so weird if the entire time your hands are just hanging loose. That's why I would suggest that you also do a number of things. Number one, you can use what we call the inverted triangle, right? If you notice, my hands are like this. The inverted triangle is one way for you to hold your hand while you are delivering your presentation. Just make sure that you don't hold it too high. Imagine I'm talking and I'm walking and my hands are like this. It's going to be so weird, right? Very weird to look at. Not too high, not too low. Just make sure that it is right where it is, okay? Another variation to this is this, okay? You can lock your hands similar to what I am doing right now. Or something that news anchors probably you've seen on television would do. This is something that you could also use when you're delivering presentations. So a number of variations that you can do aside from crossing your arms. Hang loose, inverted triangle, like this, or use hand gestures, which we'll talk about a little bit. Does that make sense? All right. Questions that you have at this point? Any questions? We'll talk about the rest after our break because it's already 11:30 on my watch. We're gonna pause for now. We already had 2 questions. We have 6 left. When we come back, we will continue our discussion on body language. All right. But before we do that, let's see who is in the lead. It's still Edward at 1864. So the rest, I know that you can still catch up. The top 5 players are there. You might want to catch up and beat Edward. All right? Questions that you might have at this point? You guys are okay. You're so quiet. Hungry? Probably hungry. All right. If you no longer have questions, feel free to go now. Let's be back before 1, probably 12:55, so that we can start on time. All right? Enjoy your 1 hour and 30-minute lunch.
不然这两个地位的
Kahoot, Kahoot, Kahoot. It's on fire. Becky. Siya na ka mo, Becky. Becky.
Wow.
Yes.
I'll jump in, okay?
It's fine. Sure.
Hello.
Sorry.
What time are we supposed to be back?
The time?
Yeah,
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, right? So I think I can already start. Let's just wait for the other. Sorry. Let's have the others catch up because in the interest of time, again, I think we have to start at 1. All right. Good afternoon. How's everyone doing? How was your lunch? Good. Doesn't sound like it, so I'm gonna ask again. How was your lunch? Great. All right. So I'm happy that you had a great lunch. Oh, there you go. Yuki's here. Are we ready to continue our discussion?
Yeah.
All right. Well, just before we continue, let's have a review. We already covered 2 important body language. What are those? And can you tell me what they need? What was the first one? Very good, Nina. And what does that mean? If, as a presenter, you avoid eye contact, what's going to be the impression that you leave to your audience members? Sorry?
Nervous.
That's one. You are nervous. What else? Right. It means that it can be interpreted as someone who lacks confidence in delivering your presentations. Thank you, Nina. How about the second one? Yes, Sarah. Crossed arms, right. So why do we not do it? When we are presenting, why is it advised for you not to cross your arms like this? What's going to be the perception? Edward, you're in the lead in the game, right? So you have to tell us. What does this mean? You are defensive, right? Like if you're one to ask questions, and then somebody asks you a question, hey Carl, I have a question for you. Sure, Hankin, what's your question? Even though you say that you are willing to listen to the question, your body language says otherwise. So what do we want to do? Let your hands hang loose. What else? Inverted triangle, like this. Or you can use gestures, okay? So are we ready to continue our game? I'm not sure if you're still logged in. Are you guys still logged into Kahoot?
Yeah.
All right, great. Oh, it needs the pin again. So, all right, let me see. Right. Let me just do something about this. Since we took a break, we might probably have to start from the beginning. Oh no. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Edward. Hang on. You guys like it because you can beat him. Hang on, sorry. You can give me 2 minutes. I'm just setting it up. All right. There you go. Why do you have a lot of players there? All right, so I'm just missing one more person to join the game. And let me, there you go. Edward knew, and all right, Sylvia is there. So are we ready? Okay, good. All right, this should be easy. So it's just a matter of clicking it as fast as you can. so you can get them better points.
And let's see. I know, I don't know what's happening, but yeah, there you go. It should be. So Samuel is in the lead now at 940 points. Next, cross arms. You know the answer to this.
Look at that, very fast. Now let me just remind you what at stake. Remember, this is what you're gonna win. This is what you're coveting. This is what you want.
And let's see. All right, a lot of people got it correctly. And Sam is still in the lead at 2,004 points, followed by Nina. Nina is in close second. Here is the third question. Now, this is something new, so please pay attention.
Overuse of hand gestures. So if I'm the presenter and I'm using it like that, what would that mean? All right. Whoa. Okay. Well, only 2 people got it correctly. Okay. So for those who answered excitement, what made you say that overusing hand gestures is a form of excitement? And nobody wants to admit. Yes.
Like, what's going on?
Right. What's going on?
Let's do something.
Well, it makes a lot of sense. Well, if you don't do those things, like, come on, you're so excited about this, and that's fine. But if you talk, and when you talk, you do it like that, right? As if you are doing sign language, right? It could mean that you are nervous. But what you're doing is you're channeling your nervous energy towards using those hand gestures. So again, if you are presenting in front of an audience, make sure that your hand gestures are aligned with the words you say. Does that make sense? All right. Another way to control hand gestures, you know what to do. Let it hang loose. And so on and so on. Does that make sense? What questions do you have at this point? Sylvia, do you have a question?
What does the freelancer mean?
All right. So the second one means low self-esteem. What does that mean? Anybody who would like to share? What do they know about low self-esteem? They're not very confident. That's one. If you think very lowly of yourself, right? Your self-image is quite poor, then it means that you have low self-esteem. Somewhat similar to lack of confidence. Was I able to answer your question? All right, great.
Are we ready for the next one? But let's see first who got it correctly. Oh, Nina is now in the lead, followed by Samuel. Let's see. Looking at watch, your phone, or your clock.
All right, well, a lot of people got it correctly. The answer is boredom. Have you ever experienced listening to a presenter wherein he or she looks at his or her watch while he or she is discussing the material?
I'm more prefer unwillingness.
You prefer
Unwillingness.
unwillingness. What made you say that?
You know, when I speak something and I keep looking at my watch, if I don't want to stay here, I want to, maybe catch another meeting or something.
All right, makes a lot of
I'm,
sense.
not willing to talk to you guys anymore.
Very good. I love what you say. Somehow it also sends the message that, well, I think there is something better that I have to be doing at this hour. Well, unwillingness is also a manifestation of being bored, right? If you're bored, you might want to be elsewhere, okay? And that is a signal, or that's the message that we send across. If we keep looking at our watch, at our phone, and it's so unprofessional to do that while you are delivering the message. But didn't you say earlier that a great presenter is somebody who is able to manage time properly. I think that's one of the things that we said over there. So how can we keep track of the time when we are delivering a presentation? I think it was Samuel who said earlier, well, you know what, Carl, if you're going to promise that we'll be here for 1 hour for your presentation, don't keep us for 2 hours. But as a presenter, sometimes it's so important for us to manage our time. So instead of looking at the clock, what can we do? What are some techniques that do you know that will make you keep track of your time? I think I demonstrated one technique a little earlier before I send you out for lunch.
Ask for audience.
Yes, Nina. Notice when I ask, what time is it on your watch? What time is it on your computer, right? That way, instead of me looking at my watch, you tell me what time it is. And it tells me, okay, well, now it's time for you to go out for an hour and a half lunch break. So that's one technique that you can use. Another thing that you can do is if there is an activity, that's how you keep track of your time. It's a limitation right now, but usually what I would do, I would have a clock right down at the end of the room. If that's a limitation, then you use the other techniques. But for me, it works. I would always have a clock right there so that I can keep track of the time. It's not there right now because of the room, so you probably have to work for on a different technique. Does that make sense? All right. Let's see the next body language. Oh, Nina is still, all right. Hankin is at second now. Poor posture or stance. And we've been talking about this a fair bit. All right. Well, most of you got it correctly. At one point, we talked about that if you stand this way, what do I look? What do I look like? I think that's a more positive way to look at it. You look cool, and I think it was Lynn who said earlier. You look. I'm not sorry. Was it you or Sarah? You look lazy but sexy. Right. But more than anything, if you stand that way, if I put it like this way, it might signal that you lack confidence or you're bored, right, with the presentation. You might want to be excited, right? You want to send across the message that you're passionate about the topic that you're talking about. Because if they see that you're losing interest, do you think your audience members will still be engaged in the discussion? Probably not, right? If you look bored, then your audience members would also feel bored, right?
Normally the audience will get bored.
Yes. Okay, can you share with us your ideas?
Yeah, but normally if you are giving the presentation, how come you get bored with your presentation?
Exactly.
I'm an audience, I may get bored.
Right. And you know how feedback can reach one person to another, right? I attended that presentation. You know, I got bored. You know what? Because my presenter looks bored. It seems that he doesn't like what he is doing. We don't want to be remembered as a presenter who looks bored, who doesn't like what he or she is doing. Right? Thank you for your insights. Next, furrowed eyebrows. So if I look at Edward like this, what does that mean? Did you just let me guess? All right, well, only 3 people got it correctly. A lot of you guys felt that if I do it like that, I am confused. But understand that when you have furrowed eyebrows, the signal that you're messaging your audience is that you are irritated or that you're probably angry. Especially, for instance, do you have any questions for me? And Gilya asks me, Carl, I have a question for you. What is your question? It's like saying, you know what, I don't really want to listen to what you have to ask. Does that make sense? So So make sure that we keep this in check. How many of you have that problem? Right? And tell you what, when I was starting in training, my manager told me, you know what, Carl, you have to do something about your eyebrows. Because I would always uncontrollably do it like that. For some reason, and then when I realized, I started looking at myself in the mirror when I am presenting. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I would furrow my eyebrows, not because I'm angry, it's just because, I don't know, it's how it is. But when I got, when I was provided feedback that it is the way that I do it, then I became more conscious and make sure that I no longer furrow my eyebrows. In fact, if you notice, my eyebrows are a bit thick. And somehow I have unibrow too. So I would go to the salon once in a while to have it fixed. Make sure that you can see two parts. Right? Because if it's unibrow, it might not be very pleasant to look at. Does that make sense? What questions might you have at this point? We're down to the last two. Sorry? Possibly, right? Especially if you give me a situation where it can be interpreted as confusion.
Yes. For example, when I say something that I'm not very clear, and I maybe just copy something from other people when I was talking about it, but I have to deliver.
Right, makes a lot of sense. Possibly, that's also a possibility. But more than anything, you don't want to be doing that. You don't want to be caught furrowing your eyebrows, because the more negative message that you send across is that you are irritated. Okay? Bottom line is, let's keep that in check, right? Don't do that. Because if you're the presenter and you're looking at the audience number like that, it may not be a very good body language. All right, there you go. Hands at the back or in the pocket. What does this mean? All right. Well, a lot of you got it incorrectly. Only 4 people got it right, lying or uncertainty. Folks, I remember yesterday, one of the participants said, but you know what, Carl, I think it's a sign of honor, just like how bards do it. They put their hands at the back. However, it may be the case for our guards, but it's not the same for us presenters. Because if we do it, the message that we're sending is that we are hiding something. So it can be perceived as someone lying about something, or you're not entirely sure about what you are trying to say. Okay? Particularly, this is something that you would observe if you ask a question to the presenter. Sean, I have a question for you. Sure, Carl, what's your question? Right? The moment that you put your hands in your pocket, that might signal that you're not really entirely certain, or you don't tell the truth. Okay? Again, open body gesture, that is what we want to achieve when presenting. Your audience members have to see what happened. Are you answering the last question now, Jim? Is that clear to everybody? So what can we do? Instead of putting our hands at the back or in the pocket, gestures. But not too excessively, otherwise you run the risk of being seen as someone who's nervous or not entirely confident about what he or she is saying. And we're down to the last item. Nina is still in the lead. Pointing your index finger. Yuki, Sylvia, Lynn, Samuel. All right, well, a lot of you got it correctly. Isn't it rude to point at someone using your index finger? Sylvia, do you have a question for me? Edward, I want to hear your thoughts. Please speak up. James, what do you want to say? So isn't it that rude? How can we do it better? If you want to point at somebody, what can we do? There you go. I like that you're doing it now. It tells me that we are somehow aware of how to do it. But let's refine it some more, right? Instead of just extending your hands like that, right? A couple things that I want for you to remember. Make sure that your fingers are close to each other, with the thumb pointing towards you. In other words, only 4 fingers are pointed towards the audience member. And instead of extending it that way, there must be some art that you would notice here. Sylvia, Yuki, Kaya, Lynn. No, I'm just kidding. Lynn, right? Make sure that the fingers are close to each other. You don't extend it as a Jin. Right? Samuel, no, you do it that. That is more polite. You don't want to be put in a situation wherein our audience members would think, oh my goodness, he is very rude. Does that make sense? What questions might you have at this point? No questions? So let's see. Nina, did you get it right? All right, she got it right. So maybe, let's see. All right, Nina is our winner, followed by Yulia and Samuel. Unfortunately, the prize goes to Nina. Congratulations. All right. What questions might you have with regard to body language? Anything that you would like to clarify? Or a particular body language perhaps that you have observed in some other presenters, but you're not entirely sure if that's the right thing to do? Anybody? Before I show you a video. No questions at this point? All right. You guys know Steve Jobs? Of course you do. You guys, you're using a lot of Mac products, so you guys know him. So a lot of people think that Steve Jobs is a great presenter, right? So what I want to do is I want for you to watch a video and list down some of the qualities or the things that he used to do when he was still alive that made other people think that he is a great presenter, right? And then we'll debrief, put together everything about body language. Are you guys able to hear it? Too soft. Okay, hang on. Let me just adjust the... That's the maximum, right? It is also the maximum on my computer. It's 100. I wonder if there's a stereo that I can use. All right. Anyway, there is a text. Perhaps you can just listen and look at the text. So a person spends hours over many days rehearsing every second of the presentation. None of those things are granted, and he does that so that he has confidence in the hearing and he will take eye contact. Every Steve Jobs presentation has a demonstration on magnifying and magnifying to be sure we get it. But we rarely give them a demonstration to basically compute. Basically, we're going to make data magnifying. Second, we're going to have open posture. Open posture is simply there's nothing between you and the audience. So this, for example, would be closed. You never see that in the Steve Jobs presentation. Putting your hands in your pockets. I mean, that's smoking sludge, body posture. You never see that. There's no lecture. You never see it. Used as part of the slide when he walks around the stage. So again, bending any barrier. So that's all happening in the posture. The third way presentation bending and just actually use hand just Steve Jobs uses the hand just punctuate virtually every sentence. So he's making an expansive say fundamental fine category. So this is a huge category of expansive gesture. For example, chip that here is small and fine. Always does hand gesture. But his hand gesture sometimes for the stiff or over reverse hand gesture. So you'll never see
All right. I'm not sure how much you captured from the video based on the audio, but I'm pretty sure that you caught something on the text and what was being demonstrated. So tell me, what makes Steve Jobs a great presenter according to the video?
Eye contact.
All right. And when we, all right, a couple of things. Let's begin with eye contact again. How do we do it? What's the right way? I taught you how to do eye contact. Edward?
See early when another stay in same place for too much.
All right, very nice. You look at a particular person, a particular group of people from right to left, left to right, but make sure that you do not stare. Sarah, if I'm looking at you again for a very long time, right? I don't want to put you in an uncomfortable situation, so you have to establish eye contact with different people in the audience. What else? Open posture. Again, open posture means that the audience members would have to see your body, right? What are we avoiding? Crossed arms. What else? Outside. Hands in your pocket. That is closed posture. And you notice that Steve Jobs never did it. It was funny because one of the participants in my second class, Carly, you know what I noticed? Steve Jobs would put his hands in his pocket. I was like, I'm not too sure that is right. But when we saw the video, we were able to confirm that he never or rarely puts his hands in his pocket because he understands. Again, what's the message that we send across if we put it in our pocket? Sign or uncertainty. How about this? Are you okay with this? Oh, well, it's a good thing to look at it if you see that as a cool gesture. But wouldn't it be arrogance for some people too? It's not really professional looking. So try to make sure that you do not put any point or any part of your body inside your pocket. It may be this way or this way. No. All right. What else? All right. When he wants to punctuate big, small, expansive gestures. And remember, don't overuse it. Yuki, what do you have to say next? It's not really effective because the hand gestures that I'm using, they don't really give substance or it does not emphasize the message that I'm using. All right? Anything else that you notice? Everything good? Okay.
What questions might you have with regard to body language? We're done with two. We're done with stance. We're done with body language. If you no longer have questions, we'll transition to the next part, which is something equally important. Okay. Remember the communication model that we talked about earlier? How many percent of it was words? According to the communication model, words only comprise how many percent of face-to-face communication? Yes, Jim? 7%. Very nice. How about body language, which is the bigger portion? 55%. So we fill in the missing 38%. This is what paralinguistics is all about, or paralanguage. And you have to remember the acronym VITALS. Very easy to remember, just 6 things, vitals. Some of them may be familiar to you. Some of them may not exactly be familiar, but we're going to talk about them today. James, I have a question for you. Is that okay? Are you sure? Like, oh, okay, all right, I'm not sure. All right, volume. How important is volume to you?
Volume. The volume should be high enough to that the audience hear.
High enough for the audience to hear. So if I talk to you like this and I speak with you like this, is it okay? Too loud. All right. What do you think will happen if I speak that way? Especially in a room similar to ours. I think it's scary. Oh my God, why are you shouting at me? Why are you being so scary? Right? You think it's better? Can't hear me, right? And that's how important volume is. If you want maximum participation, if you want your audience members to be involved in the conversation and the discussion, they need to hear you, right? And you have to speak louder, but not too loud, and make sure that you find the balance between being able to be heard by the last person at the room without alienating the other folks. Does that make sense? How many of you have a very soft voice?
Yeah.
You again? You have a very soft voice.
Right?
Oh, well, okay, right. Lynn has a very soft voice. Would you say that you have a soft voice? All right. What do you think can you do if you cannot project or if you cannot modulate your voice in such a way that it will be heard by those people at the back?
Use a microphone.
There you go. Use the microphone. You have a lot of equipment at your disposal so that you can utilize your voice more. And can you imagine if you shout the entire time, what happens to your voice? It gets tired, sure. It gets strained. It's gonna hurt your throats now.
With that, your sharper, like you were.
True.
Yeah.
It's like your voice is broken.
Yeah.
You would not really feel or hear the fullness of your voice.
Not very comfortable.
Right? Not too comfortable for you, and definitely not comfortable for the audience to listen to. I'm gonna share with you another thing a little later. So are we clear with volume? Next is intonation and inflection. What does that mean? How do you understand intonation or inflection? Is this the first time that you've heard of it? First time. James, what do you know about intonation? All right, that's fine. Leonia, do you have anything to don't know? All right, and one. Well, intonation or inflection is when your pitch or your tone rises or it falls. Okay, this is a speech pattern that we're referring to. How many of you have ever spoken with our counterparts from Belmont, from California? You guys have had the opportunity to speak with them?
Yeah.
You do, right? Not to stereotype them, but there are some people in California which have what we call the Valley Girl accent. What is the Valley Girl accent? Hey guys, I'm calling from Xiamen. You see that the tone rises and falls, rises and falls. What did you have for lunch? Oh my God, this is so exciting. You guys have ever experienced listening to someone like that? It can be a little confusing, right? So the intonation pattern has to be proper when you deliver a presentation. Okay? But that is not to say that you would not use the rising intonation and the falling intonation. If you do not vary your intonation pattern, how would you sound? It sounds boring. All right, everybody, at this point, I want for you to turn to page 7 of your manual. That is what we call monotone. Right? I sounded like what, Nina? A robot, right? I sounded like a robot. All right, at this point, let's talk about intonation pattern now. I want for you to turn to page 14 of your manual. Doesn't sound very pleasant to listen to. Imagine I talk that way from the beginning all the way to the end, right? So intonation pattern must vary as well. Does that make sense? All right. Tone is somehow related to intonation pattern. They go hand in hand. But tone refers to the highness or lowness of pitch. Okay. Can you try? I don't know if you're familiar with the head tone. Not familiar with the head tone, as we call it? All right. Let me demonstrate it to you. All right. Let me practice. Yuki! How are you today? What's wrong with me, right? Do I sound pleasant to listen to? If I talk with an entire tone using the head tone, would you be inclined to look at me as a professional presenter? Probably not. Sylvia, can you try that, please?
Sorry,
You couldn't. Kyle, how about you? Can you try? All right, you just don't want to. That's all right. In my other classes, they would. Samuel, want to try?
Yes.
All right. Can you imagine listening? Imagine Samuel presenting to you guys, and he speaks that way. Not really very pleasant to listen to. On the other hand, if your tone is so low like this, what do you think? What do you think of my presentation style now? Ilya, if I talk like this, it's too serious.
Yes.
Right? Wouldn't you be scared? Edward, what's your question? I sounded like RoboCop. Are you guys familiar with RoboCop, the movie? Edward, I want for you to present now.
Go away.
Go away. Go away. You would be very scared. So make sure that you do not use the high pitch and the low pitch of your tone. Does that make sense? Okay. What is articulation? For those who attended the Toastmasters and looking at you, Amelia, probably know what articulation is. What is this?
Sorry, I can understand the word.
All right, that's all right. Anybody who knows what articulation is, what that means? All right, well, that's fine. Some of you are trying to learn the English language. And articulation, regardless actually, even if you're talking in English or if you're talking in Mandarin, articulation is very important. This is your ability to pronounce words the right way, okay? Now the problem is, a lot of people, in their heads, probably they know how to articulate or pronounce a particular word. The problem, however, is that they have what we call a lazy mouth. What is a lazy mouth?
It's not clear.
It's not clear. Why is it not clear? There you go. Can you look at her and see what she is doing right now? Right. That is what we call a lazy mouth. In other words, you do not open your mouth wide enough, big enough for you to produce the sounds correctly. If you speak and you do not open your mouth, the sound that will come out will be muffled. Did you understand that? Very difficult to understand. Some of you probably would, but not a lot of people would understand what I said because the sounds are not getting out of my mouth. So the point is, open your mouth. But not too wide, to the point that you're going to scare off people because it was so wide enough, right? Just the right amount of openness in terms of your mouth so that you can produce the sounds correctly. right? And finally, speed. The rate of speech is also very important. Can you imagine if I talk this way from the beginning all the way to the end of my presentation? I talk about a lot of things. How would you understand me? Did you understand what I said? Some parts of it. Some parts of it.
Yeah, we'll forget about verse.
But we'll probably forget what you just said. It would not have an impact to your audience members. On the other hand, Jin, if I speak this way, is it better for you because I don't speak very fast now?
It will be easy to understand, but I feel uncomfortable and it will take a long time.
All right. Probably it'll take the entire day. All right, are we done yet with this presentation? You speak very slowly, right? So make sure that you use the right speed. It doesn't hurt if you want to check with your audience members. Am I speaking too fast? Am I speaking too slow? That's a way for you to check if they still understand what you're trying to say. Okay? Samuel, I think you have a question. Do you have a question? All right. No question at all. Any questions at this point? All right. Put these things all together. Remember vitals. You complement that with your body language. You complement it with the words that you say. Somehow it will make you become a better and more effective presenter to your audience. Again, it's not just about the words that you say or the message that you want to send across. It has to be coupled with the right body language and the right tone, the right articulation, the right volume, so that you can make an impact as a presenter. Is that understood? All right. How are we holding up so far? Still good?
Yes.
All right. I have a question for Sarah. Okay, I have a question. All right, I love it. She's so confident. Please, Carl, ask me a question. If he was your presenter, how'd you feel?
Not handsome.
Not handsome. What made you say that?
Too much.
Beard.
Yeah.
Too much beard.
Yeah.
All right. Would you say that he is, well, an effective presenter for that matter? Just by looking at him. Yes, Samuel.
I would think he's a white man.
He's a wild man. All right. Probably got lost in the jungle, did not get a chance to shave off his hair. All right. Makes a lot of sense. How about the others? Sean. How would you feel about him being your lecturer or your presenter?
I feel. I think it is.
Would you be comfortable listening and looking at that person for an extended period of time, perhaps for a couple of hours, knowing full well that look at his hair, his beard? Lynn, sorry?
I think he's a lazy person.
You would think that you really like the word lazy, huh? You think that this person is lazy because he wouldn't even care shaving off his hair, all right? But let's pretend that this person, well, attended the same session, right? And showed up in a presentation a week later looking like this.
Wow.
No, so excited. All right. Well, where is he? Well, why is Carl there? Get him out and have him as your presenter. How would you feel about him? He looks attractive now. Does he look more professional?
Yeah.
All right. He looks more professional. What's the point, right? He may be great at what he does. He might be a very good presenter. Body language is great. Voice is perfect. The words that he says are amazing. But if he looks that way, somehow audience members would have the tendency to judge him as lazy, probably unprofessional, probably he doesn't know what he's talking about. But if you look at him now, considering the qualities that he has, that makes him a better, a more effective presenter. What's the point that I'm trying to make? Folks, the last part that I want to talk about is grooming, just before we talk about something else. Right? It's so important for everybody in this room that when you deliver a presentation, you are well. Okay? You don't want the attention of your audience members on your face because you have so much hair. Right? In fact, I don't know if anyone has seen me last Monday when I first arrived here in the office. Did anyone see me last Monday? Yeah. All right. I had a full beard. And I had to shave it off in time for my first class last Tuesday. Because I don't want to stand in front of them and their attention is in my facial hair. It's there, it's starting to grow, but it's not too long for people to notice that I have facial hair. Does that make sense? And that's the first one. For the guys here, be sure that we manage our facial hair. All right? Not too long to the point that it's going to distract your audience members by your face. I wouldn't really see this as a problem for the girls. Ladies, would you have this kind of problem? I don't think so, right? If you have a full beard, maybe that's something that we need to do to address. Manage your facial hair is so important. What we suggest is for you to shave once every other day. Not every day, but once every other day. Keep a reasonable haircut. And this is both applicable for the girls and for the ladies. Particularly for the ladies, I know, Yuki, if I asked you to cut your hair, would you do it? Probably not, right? If I asked you to cut your hair, Nina, would you do it? No, of course not, because that's your crowning glory, right? You took care of it for years, grew it that length because you love your hair. But when you're delivering a presentation, you have to see your face. Right? So make sure that it's not covered with your hair. So how can we address that? How can we make sure that we see your face and we're not distracted by hair? For the ladies, you can tie it. All right. Make sure that it's clean, right? Neat enough for people to see your face. You don't want your audience members to be looking at Sylvia. Let's clear your face some more because your hair is all over your face. You don't want that to happen. Does that make sense? Don't over accessorize your wardrobe. I noticed that here in Xiamen, we are a little, would you say a little laid back when it comes to our dress code? Very laid back, right? Some people are wearing shorts, some people are wearing slippers, and I think that's fine. That's part of your office culture. That's the kind of environment that we have here. But what do we want to do when you're delivering a presentation? You try to wear something that's more formal. In other words, let go of the shorts, let go of the shirts, wear something more formal when delivering a presentation. So what does that look like for a man? For guys, what are we supposed to wear when we're delivering a presentation? Instead of shorts and shirts and shorts and slippers. We dress up, long sleeves, similar to what Sean is wearing, that kind of long sleeves. If you can wear slacks, right, or office pants, wear something like that, and closed shoes. For the ladies, Sylvia, do you mind standing for us, please? Would you want to turn around? You're like my model today. Wow, and she really did turn around. I love it. Does she look like she's ready for a presentation? You don't think so? What made you say that? Sorry? It is casual dressing. All right. But notice that you're wearing closed shoes, you're wearing a dress, and you're wearing something on top of it. Okay? That could already qualify as something that you can wear for a presentation. Not unless, of course, it's so formal, you're talking to, let's say, our executives, you probably would wear something more business casual. But for a presentation, it's actually very good. Does that make sense to everybody? Look at Sarah too. Sarah is wearing something that you can also wear in a presentation. Yuki, do you feel that you're wearing something that is good for a presentation? All right, so maybe we can something that we can take care of next time that we're together. But for now, you're your participant, so that's fine. Make sense? Take care of your lips. Okay? You don't want to be seen as someone who has very dry lips. In fact, for the ladies, we'd also recommend that you wear lipstick. Why? Only because there are some visual learners or people in the audience who will be reading your lips too instead of just listening to what you have to say, or instead of just looking at your PowerPoint presentation. So they will be looking at you intently to read what you are trying to say. All right? And finally, try to smell good. All right? You might be wondering, oh, why is that so important? Remember, what I said earlier, when you're delivering a presentation, own your stage. This is your room. So you might walk around. And nobody wants to smell like a very stinky smell when the presenter is walking around. Okay? I'm not saying that you douse yourself or you take a bath using perfume. Probably 1 or 2 sprays is enough for you to have that fresher smell. Right? This is something that we also say whenever I deliver this presentation in Manila. Make sure that you try to smell good when delivering the presentation. Does that make sense to everybody? Yeah. All right. What questions might we have at this point? So we already covered the 4 things that you need to master with regard to nonverbals. The first one is stems. Second is body language. Third is paralanguage. And then we're done with grooming. What questions do you have at this point? Before we talk about something that's equally important, which is audience management. No questions?
I feel like there's a lot of different kind of presentation. The first guy with the beard, his presentation is about how to survive in the jungle.
All right. Well, makes a lot of sense. If the presentation is how to survive in the jungle, then maybe that is the kind of visual that you would want to see. Right. But if that person is going to talk about grooming, obviously there is a disconnect between his topic and the image that he shows to the audience members. Right. But that's a good point. Thank you. Yes, Sylvia.
Yes, I have a question. If makeup necessary for ladies?
All right, that's a good question. Let me be clear about this. I think somehow culture plays a part in this. Back in the Philippines, makeup is something that we prescribe when women deliver a presentation. We're not saying that you don a full makeup, lipstick, powder, that's good, right? We're not saying that you color your face, because if you color your face too much, what's going to be the effect? It's going to be the impact to the audience if your face is colored and, you know, different colors, blue eyeshadow, violet lipstick. Do you think the audience will respond well to that?
If it's talking about making color.
Probably talking about makeup. Again, if let's say the topic is about makeup, then for sure. But if that person is talking about, let's say, statistics about our last quarter's performance, probably not required. Okay. So probably culture plays a factor into this. Here in China, do women put a lot of makeup? Different occasions. In a presentation. Sorry, not particularly in an IT company, you wouldn't really wear something like that every day. But what I suggest is for you not to really put a lot of makeup, because that might take away the attention to you as a presenter. Because they might be just focusing on what is on her face. Why does she have a full makeup on? Right? Lipstick, powder, that should be good. So long as you look presentable, so long as you don't look tired, right? That should be good. Was I able to answer your question? Any other questions might you have? Okay, we have a question? So we move on to the next part, which is knowing your audience. Onsen, what do you think is the importance of knowing your audience? Knowing your audience. Why is it important that before you go to a presentation, you know the people that you will be presenting to?
Because
what they care about most. Alright, you can prepare better before, and also you can interaction with them, answer them with some questions, so you can expect with them.
I'm very happy that you mentioned all of those things. In fact, those are the things that I want to mention why it's so important for you to get to know your audience before you go into the presentation. Number one, you prepare the material accordingly, right? Second, you try to know the profile of the people that you will be presenting to so that you can know how to adjust to them and interact with them. At the same time, some of the questions that you're going to ask, they are patterned after your understanding, analysis of the audience members, right? Also, language can also come into play, right? Take for instance, in the Philippines, sometimes when I facilitate my training sessions, when I know that my audience members are not from the leadership team, I would somehow use both English and Filipino when I deliver my presentations, only for them to understand it better. But if, let's say, my audience members are the executives coming from the US or executives here in the Philippines, when I deliver my presentation to them, I make sure that I speak in full English. Does that make sense? Right. That's why knowing your audience is so important. Earlier in the discussion, I asked you, how many of you have ever experienced having a difficult audience members in the class, right? And it happens. Some of you said, oh, Carl, people who ask a lot of questions, tricky questions, people who wouldn't listen, people who keep talking to each other. These are some very difficult behaviors to manage in a presentation. That's why we're going to talk about them. I'm going to introduce 4 types of audience members that you would come across in a presentation, possibly in a presentation. Never. All right, so let's take a look at the very first type of audience member. The first one is our socializer. What is a socializer?
Very good at socializing.
All right, that's true. That's why they are socializers, because they're good at socializing. And they socialize when you are delivering a presentation. In other words, they keep talking. They interrupt you, that's one. What else? They talk to each other. Right? It's not a bad thing when they talk to each other. Samuel, it depends on the situation. Can you elaborate further?
If it is a practice, maybe we can talk.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, but if you are talking, maybe.
All right. So according to Samuel, if it's a practice session, similar to what we did back in May, right? I gave you the opportunity to practice your interviewing skills. That's good, because that's part of the activity. But if I am talking, and Samuel and Yelia are also talking to each other, then I probably have a socializer. What do they talk about? What do socializers talk about when they have discussions, side conversations?
They have different opinions from the presenter, or they have some comments that we just said.
Very good. So they probably have a different opinion, or they have comments about the presenter or the presentation, or they are probably talking about the topic that you are presenting. So sometimes it's a good thing to have a socializer, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that they're just there to interrupt or distract you from your presentation. It might be possible that they're also having side conversations because they're so interested in the topic, okay? So how do we manage them? If, let's say, Yuki and Sylvia keep talking to each other, how would I manage them? Get out. Yeah, I totally get out. If I do that, what will happen? How do you feel, Sylvia? If I ask you to get out, I keep talking, get out. Exactly. What's your problem? Why are you asking me to go out? We are talking about your topic. We're interested in this. Okay? So how do we manage it better? There you go. So how would that sound like? Can you tell me?
Do you have any ideas to share?
All right, there you go. I love that answer. Yuki, I see that you're talking to Sylvia. Do you have anything that you would like to share to the class? Isn't that more polite?
Yes.
Yes. Remember, when you are presenting, particularly here in the office, you're talking to adults. And no adult would like to be embarrassed or be put on the spot. So do not do that. Edward, get out. Edward, what are you talking about, right? So please, direct it to them in the most polite way. Okay? Also, you might want to use them to talk. Hankin, is there anything that you would like to share? Something like that. They would talk and make use of that time to share it to the rest. Does that make sense? All right. The second one is your skeptics. What do you think are skeptics? How do we characterize them? What do they do? They are suspicious. Suspicious about what? They are somehow suspicious of your being professional, your topic. What's that? What did you say? They ask a lot of questions. And why do they ask a lot of questions, folks? All right. That's one very good point there. Sometimes they ask a lot of questions because they think you cannot persuade me, right? In other words, they keep asking questions because they want to challenge your credibility as the presenter, right? I will be asking a lot of questions to Kyle because I don't think Kyle is really the best person to talk about this topic. Therefore, I would ask him a lot of questions. That is how you would find out that there is a skeptic in your class or in your audience. But how do we manage that? All right, I like that you guys just want for everybody to leave. You're a socializer, get out. You're a skeptic, get out. How do we manage that? I think I heard it from Lynn. What did you say? I think, sorry, someone mentioned something. There you go. All right, sorry, it was Nina. Welcome their comments. Why do you think it's so important to welcome their comments and not push them away? It calms them down, for sure. But I can guarantee you, the moment that you give them an opportunity to ask, they will ask again. Remember, that's part of their being as a skeptic.
Try to convince them.
Sorry,
Convince them.
try to convince them. Very good point. How would you convince them?
Answer the question.
Anyone have different?
All right, so I'll just get back to you a little later. So according to Sylvia, convince them by answering their questions. But would it work all the time? Just by answering their questions? Okay, well, that's fine, I'm good.
Get out.
I have witnesses. It did not come from me, all right? I did not say that. You asked everybody to get out. It's good that you answer the questions of skeptics, but make sure that when you answer them, you anchor your answers based on what? What answers would you give? Will you tell them your opinion, or will you tell them something that's factual? Yes, Samuel. All right, so maybe we can talk about that later. Well, we can talk about that a little later because that's one technique, right? But that shouldn't really work for a skeptic, because if you say, I like your question, but let's talk about that later, what would the skeptic say? No, let's talk about it now. I'm asking you, answer me now. Otherwise, get out. The presenter will be the one to lead. Point that I'm trying to say is that when you answer a question asked by a skeptic, make sure that it's anchored on facts, figures, data, research, because that is one way to convince them, right? It's so difficult to convince a skeptic if you just tell them, Kyle, what I think is this. In my opinion, this is what's gonna happen. Here's my thought, right? So difficult to convince them if it is just based on you. Might as well base it on something that's published, something that is more factual. According to studies, so on and so forth. according to our performance last month, last quarter, so on and so forth. That's a way for you to convince your skeptics. Does that make sense? What questions might you have at this point? Have you guys ever experienced a skeptic before? Yes. Has happened to me a lot of times, right? But what if it happens that the skeptic wouldn't just really believe anything that you said? You already quoted all the researches there is. What would you do? What would you tell the skeptic? Anybody who has an idea? Could it be possible for you to say, all right, well, I agree and I respect your opinion, and then we can move forward? Everybody can have a different opinion, for sure. But if you say that, all the more that you're giving them the chance to question you and your credibility as the presenter. Yuki, what did you say?
Ask the rest of the audience.
All right. You throw it to the rest of the audience. What do you think? Sylvia, what do you think? Hank? All right. And then they say their opinion. It might be an opportunity for them to be convinced. Sometimes skeptics ask questions simply because they don't like it. But if they hear it from someone else, they might be inclined to believe it. There's not really much we can do about that, but to manage the questions that they throw. And so long as you're prepared, you're armed with facts, figures, and what have you, it's so easy to answer the questions that they throw. If all else fails, throw it to the class. Is that clear? All right. Can I move on to the next type? Yeah. The next type is what we call a snowman. What is a snowman? They're just they wouldn't talk. They wouldn't talk. They're quiet. Is that a bad thing to have a snowman in your class? Would you feel bad about yourself as a presenter if you have a lot of snowmen? Sorry, literally, quite literally, oh, you feel cold. Oh, a lot of snowmen here, right? They're very quiet. Why are they quiet, though?
Maybe they're listening very carefully.
Very good, right? It is not because they don't want to listen to you, right? They don't want the topic. In fact, what they're doing is they're trying to absorb as much as they possibly can from your discussion. So don't feel bad if you have snowmen in your class. That might just be their learning style. But what can you do if you have a snowman? Is it okay for you to call on snowman to answer questions? Yuki, what did you say? Why not?
He or she will be embarrassed.
All right, probably he or she might be embarrassed. Here's one thing that I can share you. It's okay for you to ask them questions so that you can bring them to the discussion. But if they say, no, I don't have anything to say, you don't force them. No, I think you have something to say. Please, don't embarrass me. I know that you're listening. You don't do that. If they tell you once, I don't have anything to say, move on to something else. Don't put them on the spot. Don't put them pressure to speak up. Otherwise, they'll just get up. Not necessarily have to say it, but they'll be the one to, right? Mickey, did you want to share anything? Just leave them alone, all right? It's okay to involve them, but if they say, no, I don't really want to talk, I just really want to listen, then respect that. That's how they are. That's not what you do. And finally, you have your prisoners. And just by looking at the pictures here, how would you define or characterize your prisoners? Can't wait to get out. Very nice. Thank you so much. Get out is the word of the day. I can't wait to get out. I am a prisoner. Look at the person here, looking at the watch. What else? What are other signs that you have a prisoner in class? James, how would you know that you have a prisoner in class?
Yeah.
Sorry, what did you say?
I didn't
quite clear you.
All right, so let me just repeat my question. Aside from looking at his or her watch, how would you know that you have a prisoner in class? What are the other things that they do?
They are impatient.
All right, they are not really patient. So how would you know?
They sleep elsewhere.
Right, they're fidgety. It seems that they are restless. Really. Finish the discussion now. Sometimes you'd also see them watching, playing with their phones, talking to their seatmates, looking at their computers, checking their emails. These are all signs that you have a person. How would you manage that? You're a prisoner, get out. No, the thing is, if you're a prisoner, you have to get in, right? Because it's like prison for you. How would you manage a prisoner? Anybody? That's possible. Although, what's the danger of sending them out on a break? If you have a prisoner and you notice that you have a prisoner in your class, I'm going to give you a 15-minute break. They would run away. Exactly. They feel that this is jail for them. But if you open the gates of the jail, then they're going to run away. Right? It may not be the best way to go about managing a prisoner. Here's one thing that I can share with you. Remind them of their WIFMs. This is an acronym that stands for the WIFM, or what's in it for me, essentially just tells us that you have to remind everybody, the prisoners particularly, why they are in the presentation in the first place. All right? You guys are here in the presentation skills training because sooner or later you would have to present and you have to demonstrate great presentation skills. That's the WIFM for you why you guys are here. All right? This presentation is so important that you listen to because I will talk about the updates to the process that we have in the the QA team. All right? So you go back to the WIFM, why they are in the presentation in the first place. Remind them of that. That's how you manage a prisoner. But what if it happens that regardless, you already remind them of the WIFM, but they are still prisoners in your class or in your presentation? Sorry? The question is, let's say you already reminded them of the WIFM, but still they are prisoners. Still looking at the watch, maybe with the computer, looking at the phone, doing something else. What would you do? Well, the answer might surprise you. You ask them to get out, right? But you don't say it that way. All right, you're a prisoner, get out. There is a proper way of saying that. How do you think is, what do you think is the proper way of letting them leave the presentation? Nina, sorry, let me hear from Nina first.
Tell them it's okay to leave.
All right, Nina, it's okay to leave. Something like that. All right, could be better still. That's a good try, but we can still make it better. More professional, more polite, asking them to leave.
Anyone who is not interested.
All right.
Feel free.
Interesting point there. Now let me ask you. If I ask you, does anyone want to leave? We're not interested in my topic? What do you think will happen? There is a very, it's highly possible that several people would leave the presentation. You're looking at your PowerPoint, the moment that you turn your back to them, everyone is gone. All right? So let's try to refine that. If you have a prisoner, what you can say is, Lynn, I noticed that you have something else better to do because you're looking at your email. Perhaps I can just send you a copy of the PowerPoint presentation. Isn't that a better way to ask them to go out?
Yeah.
More polite. not really disrespectful. All right? Very important for you to manage prisoners. Why? If you let them stay in the presentation, what would happen? James?
They will feel maybe they want to get out, but they didn't. They are not. They fear you was not right to get out, so it will make them very.
So they want to leave, but they would feel that it's not right to leave, therefore they would stay. Is that what you're trying to say? All right. Good point there. However, remember, what we want to do is to manage them. If you have a lot of prisoners and you let them stay in the presentation, what can happen to the others? You might influence their behavior too. All of a sudden, from just one prisoner, you have an entire prison cell, right? Of everyone is a prisoner. Okay. So we have to manage not just actually the prisoners, but all the things. And there are specific ways of how you can do that. Questions at this point? Anything that you would like to add, experience that you want to share? Questions at this point? Samuel?
For prisoners, when we ask them to help, we talk to all the people or just
talk to that person. Yeah. Samuel, I noticed that you have something else to do. Maybe that's a meeting that you have to attend. You can and I'll send you a copy of it. That's the way to do it. And then the person would say, all right, come on, bye-bye. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you stop them. Was I able to answer your question? So you talk to just that person.
just talk to me.
You don't address it to the class. If everyone here has something else better to do, now is the time for you to leave. You don't do that. Otherwise, everyone else leaves. Does that make sense? Was I able to hear? Yeah. Sorry.
That depends, if you're delivering something, people are very interested. Only a few people are not.
Right.
They will
They will stay. Right. In fact, according to several studies, a lot of the folks here would fall under the socializers category or the snowman category. Very few will have a skeptic or a prisoner, right? Because it makes a lot of sense. They wouldn't really be in the presentation in the first place if they didn't really want to. Yeah. Just for some reason, perhaps one or two people would become prisoners or skeptic in their class. But most of the time, they are socializers or snowmen. But here's a word of caution. If you have a class or a room full of snowmen, that might be signaling something else, right? It could be possible that you as a presenter isn't really that effective, because you're not able to engage your audience. It's an opportunity for you to start asking questions, humor, use different techniques on how you can present better. Or perhaps the PowerPoint is so boring, a lot of text, right? No humor at all, no content, no rich content. Right? Many different factors can come into that. And just remind yourself, what are these bad behaviors or characteristics of a presenter that I don't really want to have? And you listed out all that. Questions at this point? Everything clear at this point? All right. Well, if you no longer have questions, let's talk about something equally important, and that is handling questions. How many of you have ever been asked in a presentation and you don't really know the answer to that question? Can you share to us your experience? When did this happen and how did you manage it?
It's actually, it can happen sometimes when you ask questions, I didn't think very well about how to answer.
All right.
Just I just feel like I should have done
a better job.
Better preparation.
All right. Better preparation in answering that question. It gets to us sometimes. It happens to all of us. That sometimes, no matter how well prepared we are, there are questions that we did not prepare for. And it will be asked by your audience members. Similar to how we were in the university, right? You take about a couple of days reviewing for a topic for an exam. When you see the exam paper, oh my goodness, the things that I review, it's not there. But the things that I prepared for, they are okay. Somehow it happens to in your presentations. And there are 3 techniques that I want to share with you on how you can handle difficult questions that you will be asked. First is by using what we call the parking lot. What is a parking lot?
Cars.
That's true. That is, in its literal sense, parking lot is when you have a lot of cars. But in the context of delivering presentations, what does that mean?
We keep it later.
Outside?
You can keep the question and answer it later
Very
after
good.
the presentation.
I like that. And that's exactly how you want to use a parking lot. For instance, James asked me, Carl, how do I manage a skeptic? And I know that I studied it, but for some reason I forgot it. Okay? You can use a parking lot. That's a great question, James. I'm really happy that you asked me that question. I'm just going to put it in the parking lot first. This is your parking lot. Anything that you can write on, easel board, easel sheet, sometimes on your computer. Why don't we put that in the parking lot, and I'll answer it after our first break. Okay? That is how you use your parking lot. This is something that you can do, especially if you forgot the answer or you don't know the answer to the question. Would you rather that you lie to your audience members? Oh, you know what, James? I think the way you handle a skeptic is by asking them a lot of questions. Is that the right way to do it? No, not. That's not right. So I'd rather you park it so you get the best answer for it. Just make sure that when you promise, Hankin, I'm going to answer you after our lunch, you give the answer when you say you would give it. Okay? What if, let's say, all right, Hankin asks, Carl, do you already have the answer to my question? You cannot say, oh yeah, well, let's park it first, and then I'll answer you after our break, right? You lose your credibility as the presenter. Do I make sense? One more thing. Don't park everything. You already have a question. All right, that's a good question. Let's park it. Jim, I love that question a lot. Let's park it for now, all right? Nina, you know what? I really haven't thought of it, but that's a good question. I'm going to park it first. What happens to you? What happens to your credibility? You have socializers, and then all of a sudden, they become skeptics. You're the right person to talk about this. He seems to be parking a lot of questions. Do I make sense? Another technique that you can use, how can you ask me a question? Any question related to what we're talking about. No question. Okay, that's fine. I'm not gonna force you. Let's just pretend that you're gonna ask Samuel, can you ask me a question related to what we talked about?
What are some tips?
What are some of the tips? Okay. What you can do is, if you want to buy some time to think of the answer, you can ask the person. Okay. For instance, Samuel asked me, Carl, what is the importance of positive body language in a presentation? I can ask you. That's a good question, Samuel. What do you think? That is one technique that you can use so that he can also explain. Sometimes the answers to the questions are already known to the person asking. Just have to get it from them. Does that make sense? But what if the person, Carl, I really don't know. No, I think you know. Just think deeper. Can't do that, right? If the person says, no, I really don't know the answer. That's the time that you can provide your answer. Or if you don't know the answer to the question, use technique number 3.
Audience.
Throw it back to the audience. Samuel has a very good question that he asked. He wants to know what is the importance of positive body language when delivering a presentation. Anyone would like to share his or her thoughts? And then Edward will be like, all right, Carl, I want to share mine. Samuel, blah, 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 and so on and so forth. Does that make sense?
I have a question.
Sure, Kyle, what's your question?
It's throw the question back to the audience, but nobody answers the question because you.
All right.
Thanks. So, well,
That's a good question. If you throw it to the audience, Carl, we don't really know the answer to that question. All right. If you know, then you give the answer right away. All right. Well, it seems that nobody seems to know the answer. Articulation is so on and so forth. So on and so forth. Right? You give the answer. What if you don't know? There you go. You use parking lot. Stacy, you are circling and using different techniques, whichever is applicable. Part of effective audience management is handling questions. Was I able to answer your question? Okay. So recap, if you asked me, I throw it to the class, nobody answered it, and if you know the answer, give your answer to the class. But if you don't know the answer to the question that was asked, use the parking lot. Was I able to answer your question? Yeah, all right. Are you being a skeptic right now? What seems to be the problem, Kyle? Tell me. What do you think? Let me hear your thoughts.
I keep silent.
Oh, you keep silent. Are you playing the role of a snowman now?
Yes, I played.
All right, so I'm not going to force you to say something that you don't want to say. Right? That's how
So
you
for this question, you give us an example that how you say to the audience to keep back.
All right, so let's do a role play. All right, let's role play. Ask me a question.
Or
Show of hands. Ask me a question.
are there any other types of audience besides those four?
All right, so I hear what you're asking me. Are there other types of audience members aside from the four? What do you think?
I don't know. I want to hear what you think.
All right, that's fine. How about the others? Did you listen to what she said, what she asked? Are there other types of audience members that you know? Let me know. That's not? All right. Well, here's one thing that I can share you. If I know, then I'll say, another type of audience member is somebody who thinks that he knows better than you. Right, so that's one. I'm already answering your question. What if I don't know? All right, well, you know what? It seems that we don't know a lot about the different types of audience members aside from the four. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to park it first, look it up. When we come back from lunch, I'll let you know if I find it. That's an effective use of the different handling question techniques. Throw it back to the person who asked, throw it to the class. If nobody knows, even yourself, park it, you get back. Does that make sense? That's when we demonstrated all. Okay? The bottom line is, if we really want to be able to handle the questions better, aside from these, come to the presentation prepared. Right? Preparation is key. Just like what was mentioned by Mark Benioff. Presentation skills are key. Preparation is key. Any other questions might you have at this point? Any other questions?
I have a question.
Sure, you can.
Yeah, if I put lots of questions in my talking note, but I don't have any idea, and I promise them I will get back to them, but actually, I will be denial.
All right. So meaning you asked several questions. You parked it on the parking lot. And when you said, I'm going to get back to you after lunch, you still don't have the answer. What you can do is, you can be upfront. I still need more time finding out the answer to your question. If you give me a couple of minutes or after lunch, I'll give it to you. All right? Or I'll get back to you as soon as I have the answer to it. It's all right for you to say that you need more time to research because end of the day, for instance, one very good example that was given to me, I think yesterday or the day before, known issues, known technical issues, but you don't really know the source yet. it takes some time, right, for you to get to the bottom of a technical issue on the application that you're working on, application that you're developing. You need time to get the answer to that. You can do as upfront, saying as, I need time to discover what's causing this issue. Was I able to answer your question? Other questions that you have? No questions? All right. If you no longer have questions, let's have an activity then. We still have an hour left, so here's what I want for us to do. We will now simulate an actual presentation. So I'm going to give you 20 minutes to prepare a presentation that you are very familiar with, similar to how we do it in Toastmasters. Talk about something that, and you will have to present for a couple of minutes, okay? Think about a presentation that you really know very well, okay? And we'll be drawing lots. I will be asking you to write your name on the sticky notes, fold it into 4 uniform, so I would not know which one is yours. And then after 20 minutes of preparation, we'll draw lots. If you get picked, you present in front of the class. Doesn't matter if you speak in English or Mandarin, it's okay. What I want to see are the techniques that I have shown you, I've discussed: posture, body language, paralanguage, answering difficult questions. But more than anything, those who will be listening, you are tasked to play a role. So you can be either a socializer, a skeptic, a prisoner, or a snowman. Myself included. Right? So I can play any different character that I want. I could be a skeptic, I could be a prisoner, I could be a socializer. You have to be able to manage. Does that make sense? All right. So it's 2:33 on my computer. I'm going to give you 20 minutes. We'll start at exactly 2:55. Write your name on the sticky notes. Probably we'll have 2 presenters. If you get picked, then congratulations. Pick a topic that you are familiar with. Doesn't have to be work related. Yesterday, somebody presented how to put up a supermarket. So it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what topic you want. During my first day, my first class, someone talked about how to pick a grapefruit. That's why, if you notice, there is a grapefruit in my class. That's what she decided to talk about. Okay? Mandarin or English, Chinese or English, that's fine. How long is the presentation? 5 minutes. Just your name. Your name, and then we'll pick. Sure.
So we need to pick our own topic. Okay.
Yeah, think about it. So that it's easier. Remember, you're only given 20 minutes. Pick a topic that you're really comfortable talking about. Something that you're really confident talking. So if you're confident about how to make Xiaolong Bao, that's fine. have the attendance sheet.
Oh, it's here. Sorry. It's with me. Sarah?
And you're going to start collecting the sticky notes. Make sure that you write your name and not someone else's name. You guys know what you're planning to do? I think I caught your plan. Okay, you have 9 minutes left to prepare. 9 minutes.
对呀，你这不熟悉了吗？
又看他的解释就好了。
简单一点的。没有，就是 自己的经验吗？还是网上摘抄的？我猜不出什么1、2、3。
3 minutes. Unless you want to start now. Do you want to start now? Not yet. Okay.